a menu of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
In fact, generally during a pretrial conference, I frequently have lawyers ask me what my practice is. And I suspect they ask because trial judges have different practices. In my view, I am constantly, at the end of any examination before break, I assess whether it is appropriate or not to instruct the witness not to talk to parties or counsel. And I do that on a daily basis. I do that and have done that for years. That is the reason why I instructed Lori Wright specifically not to talk to anyone because she was right in the middle of an examination, although I did not instruct her that she could not talk to her lawyer. The case sites that were provided to me by the plaintiffs say nothing that disagrees with that assessment. There is a common law rule, and the reason is that trial judges do, in fact, have discretion. That's what the cases stand for. In Charlotte's Office Boutique versus CAR, the Ninth Circuit upheld a court's cautioning of a fact witness. That's because the court has discretion. The same with respect to U.S. versus Sandoval. The trial court of Appeal said may prohibit communications. In Perry versus Leak, the Ninth Circuit said, actually that was the Supreme Court, that it's entirely appropriate for a trial judge to decide that cross-examination is more likely to elicit truthful responses if it goes forward without allowing the witness an opportunity to consult with third parties, including his or her own lawyer. I frequently caution lawyers not to coach their witnesses. It is the reason why I do not allow speaking objections, because I find that the way that lawyers frequently try to coach their witness are with those speaking objections, and I do not allow them. None of those cases say I don't have discretion. The reason why I wanted to say this with Mr. Blunston is that I certainly did not see any prejudice or harm when I had a seasoned expert witness who was testifying as to opinions, had written testimony, had been deposed for hours, being cross-examined by another seasoned antitrust lawyer. Nothing in that suggested to me that I needed an instruction for that particular witness. I don't see any prejudice. I don't see any harm. So, if you think, going forward, that you would like an instruction, please ask me so that I can consider whether it would be appropriate. Ms. Richmond, you may proceed. As to whether or not I have discretion?
The statement that Your Honor just made, yes.
Okay, Ms. Forrest.
Your Honor, we would respectfully disagree with Your Honor's reading of the case law. We think that the Supreme Court has made it clear that at the heart of the adversarial process is that when a witness has gone on to cross-examination, that they should no longer be conferring with counsel. It doesn't require, we believe, a rule of civil procedure for that to occur. We believe that that is set forth in Supreme Court precedent, and there is no exception that I'm aware of where there has been conferring that has been allowed of that type. We do believe that it's prejudicial to have coaching of witnesses during the pendency of a cross-examination, and we would ask for a standing order in that regard, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Cross-examination, Your Honor, no.
All right. That'll be the order of this trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the subject of market definition, Professor Hitt's going to be turning to that shortly and talking about the evidentiary basis for Apple's proposed market definition. But I did want to circle back and say, on a basic level, we agree with what Mr. Bornstein said yesterday that, really the heart of the matter comes from Brown Shoe, although very dated, it is true that the modern case law continues to hold that plaintiffs have the burden of establishing the relevant product market encompasses all reasonable substitutes. That's reaffirmed in Microsoft, just reaffirmed as recently by the Supreme Court in Amex, who talks about Brown Shoe. And then I also would suggest, Your Honor, you probably already have looked at this, but the model ABA jury instructions for civil antitrust trials contain a very, crisp summary of the basic tests, like the Brown Shoe factors, and also emphasize, the test is a practical one with reference to the actual behavior of buyers and marketing efforts of sellers. I have a copy of that if you'd like.
I don't have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Hitt, I think where we left off,
You're still on the vote. As a reminder, and good morning. Proceed.
Okay. Does this work for you? Is that okay? Okay.
Next, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Professor Hitt, I think where we left off yesterday, we were talking about your analysis of competitive effects. Is that your recollection as well?
That sounds right.
Okay. Well, let's just do a brief recap. Can we have slide 4, please? So, Professor Hitt, we talked about this slide yesterday, and I believe you indicated it summarizes your findings on output changes in the relevant market for digital game transactions and for all App Store transactions as well. Could you just walk the court through this again?
Sure. So these are the summary statistics that appeared on some of those graphs you saw earlier. At the top, I report the growth in game transactions and the growth in revenue for game transactions. These are 1,200, 2,600%. Those compare favorably to the overall U.S. spending on digital game transactions, which is 448%, which is about 6 times slower than the growth in game transactions in revenue. You can also do the same kinds of calculations for all apps, and you get numbers, 500% growth in transactions and 3,700% growth in revenue, indicating there's substantial revenue and transaction growth, and therefore overall output growth in this market, regardless of whether you define it as game transactions or all app transactions.
And Your Honor, I'd just like to say I was remiss not mentioning this yesterday, but all of the findings in Professor Hitt's slide are supported by citations to exhibits that have been admitted by stipulation into the record, and I'm happy to read those out loud as we go along, because they're in microscopic font here.
Well, I can read them.
Okay.
And if you think you need to read them for purposes of the record, that's up to you.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Well, let's jump forward then to our discussion of prices, which I believe you indicated was another indicator of market outcomes. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to slide 9, please? Can you just remind the court what analysis you did on commission rates?
So there are 4 general areas of information I discussed regarding prices. So I discussed Apple commission rates, the 30%. It's been steady or generally falling. For game transactions, it's generally been steady. For all app transactions, it's steady or falling. I discussed competitor commission rates, the commission rates in other comparable app stores that sell games, and those tend to be similar for the most part. I talked a bit about the commissions paid by Epic for the distribution of their own games through these stores, and they pay generally the posted rate at around 30%, with a couple of exceptions. And then finally, I think where we left off last time, we were talking about effective commission rates, which are essentially the commission rates that you get when you consider some transactions are free and other transactions are paid, and when you average them together, you get what I'm calling an effective commission rate.
And what did you find when you looked at the average commission rate for in-game purchases?
Should we go to the next slide? Or?
Yes, let's go to slide 15, please.
Okay. So this was the slide on game downloads where you see the average commission rate going down. When you talk about in-game purchases, the average commission rate is generally steady.
Can we go to slide 16, please? So this shows, can you explain what the slide shows, Professor Hicks?
So this is I think one of the more interesting analyses that I did as part of the analysis of prices. So this graph shows over time, that's the horizontal axis, and the vertical axis
Professor, you really are going to have to slow down.
Okay. So horizontal axis is the passage of time. The vertical axis is either the price charged for the game, which is set by developers, or the commission paid to Apple. The green line is the price charged by developers. The blue line is the commission that generates. Now, keep in mind that Apple's commission has been steady at 30% for these types of transactions. And what you see over time is that the commission actually in dollar amounts per transaction has been steadily rising over time, up to on the order of $3 per transaction.
Does that mean that Apple's commission has been rising on in-game purchase transactions?
No, and that's the interesting thing. What is driving this is that developers have been able to charge higher prices for in-game transactions over time. The net effect is that they're paying a higher commission, but they're also generating greater revenue per transaction. This is a good thing. Developers are creating more value for consumers, and they're able to charge more, and they're earning more revenue as a result. Apple, of course, because its commission has been steady, also has been earning an increased commission on those transactions.
And is that why the green line in this slide is going up?
That's correct.
Okay. So is Epic one of the developers that has raised its prices over time?
Yes.
Can we have slide 17, please? And can you explain what this slide shows?
So this slide is similar to the previous one, passage of time on the horizontal axis, and vertical axis is the average and median prices charged by Epic for in-app, in-game purchases. And what you see is that it's broadly rising over the time period, but when Fortnite was released, there was a substantial increase in the median and the average in-game transaction price. Effectively, the median doubled from $5 to $10.
And can you explain the dotted drop-down line on this slide?
That's the release of Fortnite on iOS.
Okay. And then do you have an estimate as to how much the price of Fortnite increased after that?
Again, the median doubled on in-app transactions.
On Fortnite as well?
On Fortnite.
Okay, great. What does this pricing information, taken as a whole, tell you about whether Apple's conduct has had any anti-competitive effects on in-game transactions?
Well, what it says is that Apple's prices have essentially been constant for in-game transactions, and developers are making greater use of this service, and they're able to charge higher prices. So this does not suggest that Apple has raised prices, and it does suggest that game developers and consumers have been getting more value from these transactions.
And we talked about the fact you looked at the data for in-game transactions. Did you also do a similar analysis for all iOS app transactions?
Yes, the data can be cut to games, which we've been discussing, but you can also do it for all app transactions, and I did that analysis.
And what did you find when you did that analysis?
So generally for all apps, the commission rates are steady or declining, and the decline is due to the changes in Apple policies regarding certain kinds of transactions.
So that's for initial downloads. Did you also look at average commission rate for in-app purchases for all apps?
Yes, and you get a similar, in particular, you get a declining commission there as well, steady or declining.
Based on your analysis of the evidence in this case, do you have an opinion about how the average commission rate will change in the future, if at all?
So in general, we expect the average commission rate paid to decline for at least two reasons. One is that there were the changes related to subscriptions would have a long-term effect because increasingly developers are finding ways to monetize with subscriptions rather than other sources, and that would make them subject to lower commissions upon subscription renewal. And then there's the small business program, small business developer program, which has lowered commissions to 15%. That's been rolling out this year. As more developers take advantage of that program, you would expect commission rates to decline as well.
Has Epic taken advantage of, or if Epic was still in the App Store with its present monetization strategies, do you understand whether it could have taken advantage of one of these lower commission rate models?
There's always the potential, in particular, to offer subscriptions, and so Epic could have taken advantage of subscriptions. And I believe there are some types of subscription products available now, but that's something they can do. And
Professor Hitt, did Dr. Evans analyze whether Apple's conduct has increased prices over time?
We've done very little analysis of Epic's prices. I think he did one calculation of an effective commission rate.
Did he calculate an effective commission rate like the ones that you calculated, or is it something different?
He did something different. So, in particular, one of the primary differences is he omitted free transactions from his calculation. Now, his calculation does find the commissions are going down, but the magnitudes are very different because it does not include free transactions.
I think you said Dr. Evans concludes that the commission rate is going down, the average commission rate is going down, or the effective commission rate in his terms?
Yes, I believe that's consistent with his discussion.
And do you have, at the top of your head, his average commission rate?
I believe he calculated in 2019, I believe the average commission rate is 27.7%.
Okay. And do you believe it's a problem that Dr. Evans excluded free apps from his analysis?
Yes, I do.
And why?
Well, free apps are an important part of what the App Store provides, and many developers, in particular game developers, take advantage of the ability to offer free apps, at least an initial download. And so to exclude that, I think misses a significant component of the services that are provided by the App Store, and makes the commission rates seem higher than they really are.
Yes, slide 18, please. Does this slide show a comparison to Dr. Evans' effective commission rate calculation?
Yes, it does.
And can you summarize what you've shown on the slide?
Sure. So the red bar is Dr. Evans' calculation, which is essentially what he did in 2019. I believe that specific number is reported in one of his reports. And I simply did a similar calculation that restricted to game transactions in one case, and including free apps. If you do that, the number becomes 8.1%. If you go to the far left, if you do it for all app transactions, which I believe is consistent with his 27.7, the number falls to 4.7. This difference is entirely driven by including free transactions. That's what's making the difference. And this presentation is intended to highlight the fact that when you consider free transactions, the effective commission rate is lower. And I think that's important to consider.
Last question on pricing before we move to a new topic. Is any of the price evidence you have seen consistent with Apple raising prices after 2010 when Dr. Evans claims Apple gained monopoly power?
No, Apple's commissions have been steadily declining throughout. For game transactions, that's true. It's also true for all, and perhaps more true for all app transactions, as they take advantage of some of these commission reductions that occurred over the last few years.
So, Professor Hitt, we've talked about output, we've talked about pricing.
Can I just ask, all transactions, these are all downloads plus all in-app transactions?
Yes, that's Dr. Evans' approach, is to mix the two together. And so I followed that approach in this calculation. So that's yes, it's all apps, all downloads, and all in-app purchases.
Thank you.
Professor Hitt, we've talked about output, we've talked about pricing. What is the third indicia of competitive effects that economists typically look at to evaluate whether conduct has a pro or anti-competitive effect?
So you can also look at quality change, and in particular, if you believe that a firm is engaged in anti-competitive conduct, what they might do is fail to innovate and quality would decline.
And is quality something that economists typically analyze?
Yes, it's an important part of thinking about output is the quality of that output.
Okay. Slide 19, please. What economic evidence did you consider to assess whether Apple has reduced quality?
So there's a number of different ways of going about it. Quality is a little more difficult to directly measure, but you can make some inferences from available data. So one thing you could look at is the same measures that indicate increasing output provide information about increasing quality. Developers and consumers are increasingly choosing to transact in these forums. The ability to generate revenue from the developer has increased over time. They've been able to raise their prices because consumers perceive the value in the products that they're offering. So that's a quality improvement. There's also a variety of qualitative metrics you can consider. So you can think about things like the fact that the innovations in the iOS platform have enabled new types of games to appear that essentially could not have been available years ago. I believe Mr. Sweeney himself testified that Fortnite could not have been delivered in its current form on the iOS platform with previous technology. You can also look, and that can be extended more broadly. There are a variety of innovations that Apple has made to the App Store and to the iOS platform that have made the types of products available and the quality of those products has increased, has enabled developers to increase the quality of the products they're offering because the technological support of the iOS platform.
You mentioned, I believe, that you could use empirical, quantitative data to make draw conclusions about quality. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so did you use the 60 billion transaction observations produced by Apple in this case to draw any conclusions about quality?
So you can make the inferences that I discussed before that these transaction prices are increasing, the volume of transactions are increasing. There's also other data that can be used to indicate, for example, that in games like Fortnite, at least in a quality comparison sense, that the Apple App Store provides a greater level of monetization per minute played, for instance, than other platforms.
What about innovation? Has Apple reduced the speed of innovation in the game transaction market, in your opinion?
There's nothing to suggest that is the case. There has been a dramatic improvement in the capabilities of the iOS platform due to Apple's investments, and that has improved the types of services that developers can access and the types of games that can be made available, and that has increased the quality of output in the games transaction market.
Yes, slide 20, please. And have you observed evidence of innovative services entering the game market?
Yes. One of the relatively recent innovations, but as I understand, is a variety of testimony that these are growing rapidly, are these game streaming services. These services enable you to stream from a centralized server games that are meant for consoles or PCs. to a device, and including the web browser on your iOS device. So if you would like to be able to play some relatively high-end games, one of the ways you can do so is you can stream it through a web browser. And there's services like Google Stadia that also sells games. Microsoft xCloud, I believe Ms. Wright talked about that as well. That went to open beta very recently. Amazon Luna has been in beta for a couple of months now. And we heard the discussions from, I believe, Mr. Patel from NVIDIA was talking about the rapid growth of GeForce Now that enables consumers to stream games that they've purchased off, for example, Steam, to various devices, including through a web browser.
From your perspective as an economist, how would you characterize the evolution of these services over time?
I think at least the testimony we've heard is that these services are rapidly improving and rapidly increasing in volume. I believe the NVIDIA folks testified that. Ms. Athey, I think, Professor Athey also indicated that as well.
Let's switch topics a bit. Did you hear Dr. Evans and Professor Athey's testimony on user lock-in?
Yes, I did.
And they testified their opinion is that iPhone users are locked into iPhones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that a conclusion you agree with?
No, for several different reasons.
Can you articulate those reasons, please?
Sure. So, for one thing, consumers actually do switch. There's evidence that's, I believe, in the record, and a variety of evidence that suggests that as many as 26% of people switch platforms when they're at a potential switching event. Keep in mind, smartphones have a life cycle. Some people replace them faster than others. But at the end, at that end of that replacement interval, you have a choice to replace it with another device. And as many as 26% of people do. There's other surveys that provide a range of numbers from that, anywhere from single digits to that 26% number. But people do indeed switch platforms when they can. There's also a group of,
Where's the data?
The data is cited in my report. The 26% number comes from an industry study by, I believe, Kantar. There's a number of other reports. I believe one of them is a sealed document. It's a Google document that has a different figure in it. And it's, I won't say anything more because I don't want to reveal anything I'm not supposed to say. But there's a number of sources. Dr. Evans has a number of sources as well in his report that I also quote. And what you see across them, there's probably 4 or 5. You get numbers on the order of, I think you'd go as low as 4 and as high as 26, with many of them in the sort of low single digits.
Okay, thank you. So if you assume that, the switching rate is somewhere in the middle of that range, in terms of number of devices per year or number of consumers a year, do you have a rough estimate as to what that works out to be?
So if you think about all the devices that are sold each year, there's something like 78 million smartphones sold a year, probably more now. So that's 78 million new possible choices. Many of those consumers will choose to buy the device to stay within the ecosystem and the manufacturer they've chosen before, but some can switch. Also, there's a substantial number of new consumers. Another industry study indicated that as many as 21% of buyers are new to the market. So, 78 million gives you of those new buyers, potential switchers, and people who are just happy with their existing ecosystem. That's a lot of opportunities to make a different decision every year.
Professor Hitt, are high rates of customer retention a sign of high switching costs?
No, there could be switching costs, but it's also plausible and likely that a lot of that is simply customer loyalty or preferences for different products. I stick with the product I have because I like the product I have, and I'll continue to use that until something else changes.
And is that a factor that either Dr. Evans or Professor Athey considered in their analysis?
I'm not sure if how they considered it or not. They generally view a lot of the factors I would consider to be drivers of loyalty they lump that into switching costs. And I think that's just not the right way to think about it.
And Professor Hitt, you have, as we discussed yesterday, experience in the smartphone industry that predated this case. Are you aware of what smartphone makers do to potentially address any switching costs of the sort referenced by Dr. Evans and Professor Athey?
Yes. So as I mentioned, there's 78 million purchases up for grabs every year, and the smartphone manufacturers have a lot of incentive to make it possible to switch between platforms because a lot of people already have an existing smartphone. And so one of the things they do is they provide tools to make that process easy. Apple provides it. I believe Samsung has a product. LG has a product. Google has a product. The goal of these products is to make it possible to switch between platforms as easily as you can.
Do developers have a role in facilitating consumer switching?
Yes, they do, an important role.
And can you describe the role of app developers in that facilitation?
Sure. So I believe Dr. Evans and Professor Athey indicated that either switching apps, locating apps, or moving data from platform to platform is one of the things that might inhibit people from switching. Developers control by their own choices a lot of those costs. They can choose whether or not to develop for one or another platform, and in nearly all cases, the major apps are available on both platforms. There's also services that they can provide that make that type of movement easy. They can offer portability of content, so they can have, for example, a single sign-on account that allows you to transfer your information from one service to another. In some cases, they can offer portability of subscription content, where I have one account and I can access it on multiple devices. So developers do have a lot of control as to how difficult that switching process is. It does vary by developer, but these services are available, and many of the large developers are on multiple platforms, and many of them do offer these kinds of services.
I think Professor Athey said that the cost of repurchasing apps is a significant switching cost. Is that a statement you agree with?
Generally, no. If consumers did have to buy apps and pay up front for apps, in many cases, that could be a cost. But if you look, for example, in the games market, the vast majority of games, for instance, are free to download. And so they wouldn't be incurring those costs at all. And again, the developers who've taken advantage of any of those other types of services like common subscription and so forth, you wouldn't be typically paying for an incremental amount. You may need to switch your subscription in some cases, but you wouldn't be paying for a new download.
Thank you, Professor Hitt. Let's turn to market definition.
And I ask on that last point, though, even if it's free to download, unless there's cross-platform play in games or cross-wallets in games, then if you haven't used all the money in your wallet on an app on an iOS device, then you can't use that, or you better use it before you switch to an Android device because you won't be able to use it if you switch to Android, right?
Yes, that's exactly right. And what I would add to that, however, is that's the call of the developer. Some developers facilitate that more. Some developers don't facilitate that. But yes, you're absolutely right.
All right, proceed.
Thank you, Yana. Let's have slide 21, please. Professor Hitt, what is the relevant product market in this case, in your opinion?
It's my opinion, and I think consistent with Professor LaFontaine, is the market for digital game transactions.
And just to set the table, do you know what percentage of the App Store revenues are the result of game transactions?
The figure I recall is 62% of all revenue on the App Store relates to game transactions.
And what framework did you apply to determine that the relevant market is digital game transactions and not iOS app distribution, as Dr. Evans claims?
So the framework I used, and I relied heavily on Professor LaFontaine, is to look for substitutes for performing digital game transactions. So to look, Epic makes a game, Fortnite is a game. They transact in the games category on the App Store. So then I looked at other services that provide the ability to access game transactions. Professor LaFontaine indicated that it is perfectly appropriate and common to use the ability to substitute among these types of services as an indication that they're in the same market. Now, in addition to that, this is a two-sided transaction platform. As a result, you have to think about who the entities are that are engaged in this type of substitution. In a two-sided market, you have to think about both sides. So, and this follows Professor Schmalenz's discussion of two-sided transaction platforms. You have to think about the substitution opportunities for developers on the one side, and you have to think about the substitution possibilities for consumers on the other side, and how these services are able to help them meet and perform transactions.
And how did you go about doing that?
So you can look at a variety of data, both transactional data as well as market research data, as well as qualitative data and documentary evidence that provides information about the extent to which developers can move across these platforms. Well, you first have to identify the platforms. Second thing is you can look at how developers move across these platforms. And then third, you can look at how consumers can move across these platforms. And that collectively gives you an indication of what the substitutes are.
And in this slide, do you show your findings on the relevant transaction platforms in your opinion?
Yeah, so this is a common, by the way, this is a common way in which you depict two-sided markets. So that's what this presentation is based on. I believe it's seven of them are here. There's 14 transaction platforms, including the App Store, that I've identified, and there are some more, but those are the major ones. And these are 7 of the ones that I think are representative of the types of services you see. The ones tied to hardware, such as Nintendo, Google Play, which services the Android ecosystem, Steam, which services the PC ecosystem. You have developer-centric stores that also offer transactions for other products like EA Origin, App Store, Microsoft Xbox Store. And again, this is just illustrative. I've identified at least 14 other transaction platforms that could be relevant.
And are all of these pathways, in your opinion, for connecting game developers on the one hand and consumers who want to buy a game on the other hand?
Yes, these give you a variety of different ways in which consumers can meet up with developers to transact. Some developers may only offer their products on some of these platforms, which limits the choices for consumers on where they can transact. Others may make different choices and offer them lightly, in which cases consumers can have many different choices. And then on the other side, you have the fact that consumers have many different devices, which enables them to access transactions on these different platforms.
Let's talk about developers, the developer side of the two-sided transaction platform. Can we have slide 22, please? Do developers substitute across game transaction platforms?
Yes, they do. They have a choice in where to offer their games and under what circumstances. And I think they do that with documentary evidence that they do that in an informed way, considering things like, what are the customers on these various platforms? What's their potential to purchase their games? What tools the platforms provide to enable them to offer their games there? The other services they might provide, like technical support, marketing and promotion, those kinds of things. The capabilities of the platform, like their underlying technology, and then the cost. How much does it cost to develop? How much does it cost to transact?
These are the factors that developers consider when choosing which game transaction platform to transact on. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, we're able to identify specific evidence for these various points, that developers consider these factors in choosing where to participate. And ultimately, it's their choice based on their own business decision-making as to which platforms to offer their products.
And I think you mentioned this also already, but do all developers necessarily choose to transact on all platforms?
No, you can empirically observe a large variety of choices. So you have developers like Niantic who offer Pokemon Go. That's a pretty much mobile exclusive because of how they've chosen, what the products they've chosen to offer. You have developers like Epic who offer their products on a variety of different platforms. There are other developers like that. You also have changes over time. So you can have or changes across games. So developers might offer some games on some platforms and other games on other platforms. And for example, again, Epic has made different choices. If some games are, for example, Xbox exclusive, others are offered broadly, those decisions can change over time as well.
It's hard to play Pokemon Go with a console.
That is true. That's right. It is because it relies specifically on alternative reality technology. But, for example, the developer could consider another type of game building on their intellectual property that might be amenable to other platforms. So it's always a choice. But again, technology might be an important part of that choice for some developers, maybe less so for others. I think the Pokemon Go folks are pretty high on that technological choice range.
Have you heard any testimony in this trial that reflects the fact that developers have these choices?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was?
So there's testimony that indicates that these games were rolled out over different platforms over time. And there's choice that developers, in particular Epic, but others have chosen to offer their games on different platforms in different times. There's also other, for example, discussion, I believe, in the Microsoft testimony regarding the availability of different games at different times.
And is one example of this choice Epic's initial decision to not make Fortnite available through Google Play?
Yes. Epic initially decided that they would use an alternative means to reach users of the Android platform. They later decided, I understand that it is in conjunction with Project Liberty, to offer, to begin offering their games on Google Play.
Does Apple place any restriction on developers' ability to develop applications for other game transaction platforms or any platforms?
No. In some platforms, exclusivity is a norm. Apple does not require any exclusivity for games developed for iOS. Okay.
Let's jump to the other side of the platform and talk about consumer substitution. Did you assess consumer substitution?
Yes, I did.
And what did you consider in your assessment of consumer substitution?
Well, you can think of the process as sequential. So first of all, I looked at whether or not consumers have access to or use many different kinds of devices. That certainly facilitates it to the extent that some platforms specifically are focused on supporting certain kinds of devices. And so that's a first step. Can consumers move across these platforms because they have the necessary hardware? That doesn't mean they can't acquire it, and some do, but that was a consideration. Then you can look at whether or not consumers use these multiple platforms to play games. And that use might be cross-game. Consumers might play different games on different devices. Or we have data, and that's a unique situation here. We have data that indicate the extent to which consumers multi-home, that's basically use multiple platforms, even for the same game. And so we can look at where they are and how they allocate their time and their spending across different platforms. And the Epic data is particularly useful for that. It's one of the unique things we have available here is we can actually see how consumers go across platforms, at least for one game. But that doesn't, I didn't limit it to one game. It is also possible to do so for multiple games. And we have some evidence that's the case as well. Finally, we can examine whether or not consumers move among these platforms when they have reason to do so. Now, keep in mind, in the traditional substitution context, I think Professor LaFontaine talked about this in her testimony as well. When you're looking at, for example, substitution, you'd like to see a price change that drives consumers to make different choices. We don't have those here. The prices have been generally steady for game transactions. So instead, it's possible, and I think Dr. Evans agrees, to look at situations where consumers have reasons to move among these platforms, and we can see if they are willing and able to move across these platforms, again, consistent with them being substitutes.
And you refer to those as natural experiments?
Yes, a natural experiment, something happens in the world that you can use to evaluate the response, and that can provide insight onto the extent to which consumers move, at least in this case, consumers move among these platforms.
Professor Hitt, is consumers switching between games relevant to your analysis?
Yes. So one of the things we find is indeed consumers play the same game on multiple platforms, and that's really interesting. But it's also possible to move across games, and that makes these platforms potentially substitutable, even if they're not playing exactly the same game. And there's many different variations of that. It might be exactly the same game. I think Ms. Wright testified that, for example, some platforms will offer something else derived from the same intellectual property, kind of like the answer to your question, Your Honor, about Niantic. And others might simply substitute among other games. If I can't play Fortnite, I'll play something else. I'll play PUBG or something else that's interesting to me.
Okay, well, let's start with the first item on this slide. What evidence did you find that shows consumers own, use, and have access to multiple devices on which they can make digital game app transactions?
So there's a variety of survey information. Some of that survey information was done as part of this case by Professor Hansens. Others have looked at, for example, device ownership. That's something that's of interest to sort of game industry analysts. And so there's those research studies as well.
Your second point on this slide is that consumers multi-home even for the same game. And I think you said this, but you analyzed this for Fortnite, correct?
Yes, that's one of the unique opportunities we have here is because we can observe the same consumer across multiple platforms. That's not something you normally are able to see. And so you can see whether or not, again, how consumers allocate both their time and their spending across these various platforms. And we have detailed data on that.
Would you like a water break, Professor Hitt?
Yes, thank you.
Can we have slide 24, please?
Okay.
So can you, there's a lot of numbers on this slide, Professor Hitt, can you walk us through what this depicts?
So this is based on the Fortnite monthly data. It's done at a consumer level by month. And what we did was we took this data and we counted the number of distinct users that are available, that are listed for each of these platforms. Now, this isn't all the platforms, but it sort of cuts off at the major ones. In addition, for each one of those platforms, I looked at, of the consumers who use that platform, let's pick iOS, for example, 115 million of them have adopted Fortnite on iOS. How many of them have also played on another platform? And in this case, of that 115 million users, about 36%, that's the number to the right at the top, have played on another platform. And as you can see, if you go down, you see numbers, sort of in the range of 30 to 50-ish% for the number of users who are on one platform and use another. And this is done from each platform's perspective. So some people might be on multiple, but if it's iOS and at least one other, that would go into that 35.9%.
If you look at whether users who access Fortnite on iOS made paid transactions on iOS versus other digital game app transaction platforms?
Yes, I did.
So we have slide 25. And is that what you show in the slide?
Yes. This is something you don't normally get to observe, so I thought that this and some of the other subsequent analysis is very interesting. So the first thing, what this is of all consumers who use Fortnite on iOS, where did they buy, if at all? Okay. Now, first thing, not especially surprising, 76% of consumers don't buy anything. They play, they do their thing, they're fine, they don't buy anything. Of the remaining consumers that do purchase, about 16%, a little less than 16%, play Fortnite on iOS, but never buy anything there. Apple provides them with the ability to download, to provide and have consumers download Fortnite for iOS. Consumers play on it. They don't have any transactions in iOS. Apple earns no commissions on any of those transactions because they occur on other platforms. There's a group of consumers, it's 5.6%, that's kind of the green pie, that only buy on iOS and nowhere else. And then a smaller group that sort of do both. 2.8%, they purchase on iOS and they also purchase on non-iOS platforms. So again, many people don't pay anything, and a lot of people purchase on other platforms, even though they've downloaded and played the game on iOS.
Professor Hitt, this data, that's reflected in this slide, is this a sample of the Fortnite data, or is this all of the Fortnite data?
So it's restricted in time period, so we could capture where we are sort of today, but this is all transactions. So there's no sampling here. Among users who accessing Fortnite in January, from January to July, right before the hotfix event, this is where they were. This is everyone. So, but for one reason, that's why I don't have to, for example, compute standard errors or any other statistics on it. It is what it is. These are the numbers.
We have slide 26, please. Did you look up the proportion of time played and the amount of spending on other platforms by users who access Fortnite on iOS?
Yes, that's depicted here.
And can you walk us through this, again, slide that's full of numbers?
Okay, this is full of numbers. So this is based on the entire 2.8 billion transaction data set, which has monthly expenditure by consumer. And what I did was I looked to see what fraction of time played and what fraction of revenue for iOS users is on iOS versus other platforms. Now, if you recall from the previous slide, that a lot of the iOS spending, a lot of the spending for consumers who are on iOS is not made on iOS. They play the game on iOS, but they don't spend their money there. Some do. And so I did a calculation as to what that is. So this is restricted to consumers who've accessed the game on iOS. Okay. And what you find is that iOS is about 10% of the gameplay for these consumers, and about 13.2% of the revenue for these consumers. So there's, I think, two interesting things you can take away from that, is that the vast majority of spending of these consumers and the vast majority of play is on other platforms. Epic is able to access, if you want to use that language, these consumers on other platforms. And the second thing is that and I alluded to this in the quality discussion, the iOS is slightly better at generating revenue per unit of time played. The percentage of revenue is somewhat higher than the percentage of time played than the typical platform. And in fact, if you can do a calculation of revenue per minute, you find that iOS tends to be up the top. But again, most of the activity, both gameplay and time, is on non-iOS platforms, even for iOS users.
Professor, for your analysis, was it important to be able to distinguish consumer paying and consumer playing, so to speak?
Yes, there's an important distinction between those two things. I can play the game on a variety of platforms, different time, different place, or even at the same time. I believe one of the gentleman from Epic says he likes playing on his iPad even though he has a console available. So you can decide where you want to play, and that might have some constraints on it. But you can also make a separate decision as to where you're going to pay. Now, this indicates that a lot of consumers pay on other platforms. We also, I think, had a discussion before that Joanna was involved about you can buy V-Bucks on a web browser. And so that disconnects. So even if you can't play Fortnite in a web browser, you can still buy V-Bucks and transact for Fortnite in a web browser. And that distinction is very important when you start talking about where people perform game transactions. You can still download and have free apps on iOS, use all the services of the Apple ecosystem, and transact elsewhere. And that's an important part of thinking about the way this market works.
We have slide 27, please. We talked earlier about natural experiments that show consumer substitute. How did you reach that conclusion?
Okay, so there were, one of the challenges in this environment is you have an environment of steady prices. And for game transactions, the prices have generally been steady. I think Dr. Evans agrees with me on that point. And so if you're trying to measure substitution, you normally rely on a price change, but there isn't one. So we are in a world where we look at what I'm calling natural experiments, things that happen that give you an indication, can consumers move across these platforms when given a reason to do so? I was able to identify five situations that could be analyzed that can give insight into that. 3 of these relate specifically to games. So we can analyze, I think, like Dr. Evans did, what happened after the hotfix on iOS. Fortnite became essentially unavailable on iOS. The introduction of the Nintendo Switch. Consumers had a new platform. What did they do? There's a similar analysis that I do related to the download of console or PC gaming applications. So I look at consumers who did something to see what they did later. That did something is download one of these companion apps. We'll talk about that probably a bit more later. And then there's 2 examples where where the developer or the provider, depending on how you consider these, decided to stop offering transactions through iOS. You can examine what happened to them subsequently. Were they able to still serve their customers as they had before? And that applies to Spotify and Netflix. And it relates to the withdrawal of the ability to transact in new subscriptions.
Okay, we'll walk through each of these in more detail, but before we do, just to set the table, Professor Hitt, do you teach econometrics and empirical methods at Wharton to PhD students?
Yes, a big part of my PhD class is devoted to empirical methods for the study of the information economy.
And what is econometrics?
Econometrics is the use of statistics for evaluating economic outcomes or predictions.
And in these natural experiments, did you use the best practices and methods that you would use in your academic work, including with your PhD students?
Absolutely. And we actually have a unique advantage here is that we can work with entire populations rather than samples, which gives you a huge advantage. It can simplify things dramatically when you know everything that's happened.
And you worked with all the available data for these analyses as opposed to a sample, is that right?
That's correct. For the Apple data, we had available to the full transaction data set, all app transactions. For the Epic data, I used the full data set for there as well, 2.8 billion monthly observations.
And that's different from what Dr. Evans did, correct?
So a lot of the analysis that was done by Dr. Evans was using a sample, less than 1% sample of Fortnite transactional data.
Okay. Can you have slide 20, please? So let's talk about the Fortnite substitution analysis that you conducted. Can you just describe to the court what you did?
Sure. So after that, so Fortnite was available on iOS. It was available for the iOS for some time. Then the hotfix event occurred in mid-August, and it essentially made Fortnite unavailable on the iOS platform. And so what I did was an analysis that attempts to evaluate what happened in terms of that spending that consumers were doing on Fortnite, both before and after. Before they were buying wherever they wanted to on various platforms. Afterwards, the ability to transact on iOS, well, it didn't disappear entirely, but it was severely reduced. And so you can then look to see where, if any, place that spending moved, and then you can do some calculations. And again, the critical part of this is trying to figure out what would have happened had this not occurred. So there has to be some substantial corrections for the differences across consumers and differences across time. But ultimately, the goal is to try to figure out how much of the expected spending was retained by Epic following the hotfix event when people could no longer transact in a normal way through iOS.
And what did you find?
So what you find is you of the users, spending that was occurring on iOS, depending on which month you look at, and it varies by month as you go out. So it happened in August, you could do September, October, November, and December. We have data that runs through the end of the year. again, it varies by month, but month to month, you get between 22 and 51% of the spending relative to what it would be was retained on other platforms. So they were actually shifted to other platforms. Now, what's interesting about that is we've been talking about the fact that a lot of iOS users are multi-platform. It turns out that if you focus solely on users that played on iOS, even 22 to 38% of their spending shifted to another platform. So these are people who had both to adopt another platform or at least start playing on another platform, and they shifted their spending as well.
Does this slide show that Epic lost more than half of the spending for Fortnite from users who use iOS?
Well, that's another interesting thing. So not all the iOS spending moved over, but as we saw a few slides back, a lot of the spending was already on other platforms for iOS users. So iOS users, say, who was playing on their PlayStation and was spending on their PlayStation, essentially continued to do so. There was some fluctuation, but that continued to happen. And then some of the spending that was happening on iOS moved off iOS onto other platforms. The net effect is that Epic retained between 81 and 88% of the expected Fortnite spending following the hotfix event.
What do you conclude from that number?
That consumers are willing to and able to move across platforms when they have reasons to do so.
Did Dr. Evans also find evidence of substitution in his Fortnite analysis?
Yes, and I think there's a couple of useful points there. One is he describes this specifically as substitution. I think he used that word. Second is he does this with a sample rather than using the full data, and he does a number of different steps and regressions and assembles them together. But once you look at and he gets a different number, at least a bit different number. I think his numbers are like 30 and 16.3, depending on whether he makes one of the corrections he suggests. But if you look at the confidence intervals of his estimates, they're not that different from my estimates. So he uses a different methodology. I think there's issues with it. But ultimately, he reaches the same conclusion, which is that consumers are willing to substitute when given reason to do so.
Let's turn to your second analysis, which I understand relates to when Fortnite launched on the Nintendo Switch.
That's correct.
Yep, slide 29, please. What month did Fortnite launch on the Nintendo Switch?
So Fortnite launched on the Switch first in June 2018.
Well, what are you comparing on this slide? I see a green line and a blue line. Can you just walk us through what those lines reflect?
Okay, so let me orient you to the chart. So the horizontal axis is the passage of time. I started in March 2018 and went through March 2019. Maybe the start doesn't matter too much. And what I looked at was two groups of consumers. I looked at consumers who access Fortnite on iOS.
It doesn't matter so much because you're using a year.
You can do sensitivity on it and try different starting points, and you basically get to the same place.
But my question is the full year an appropriate interval?
So where you cut off that isn't tremendously critical. I think it's nice to see how it evolves, but one of the issues with this kind of analysis where you have an event and you're watching what happens afterwards is that when the event happens, you're pretty sure that it's whatever you're watching is related to the event. As time evolves, more things happen that kind of make it harder to see. So I think it's useful to see what happens afterwards, but the closer to the event is probably more important than later after the event.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have two groups of consumers. One group of consumers accessed Fortnite on an iOS device in June and did not access it on a Switch.
That's June?
Yes, that's correct. That's the iOS group. And then another group of consumers, which is the blue line, accessed Fortnite on iOS in June as well as on a Switch. And so what we're comparing is is that for the consumers who adopted Fortnite for the Switch, did they change their behavior relative to they'd been done in the past? Now, before we actually discussed a little bit about this, there's a couple of things about this analysis that's important to understand. One thing is that different consumers are different. That different groups of consumers might spend more or less or so. And so what we're trying to compare here is what somebody did relative to what they would have done. And so it's important to account for differences across consumers in doing so. And to do so, I indexed consumers so that they start in the same place in March of 2018 to account for these differences so we can watch them evolve relative to the way they were. The second, and it's really important, especially for Fortnite, is that the spending on Fortnite, and you can kind of see it in this graph, varies tremendously month to month. And in particular, it's heavily driven by new releases and new seasons. So there was a new season in July, for example. There's another one, as you might guess, from the graph in December. And that changes the way consumers behave. So one of the other things that is important to do is to do your analysis so that you account for the fact that behavior varies over time. So differences across consumers, variation over time, have to be accounted for to get a clean result. So the way I did it was compared this group that had Fortnite on iOS, compared it to the group that had Fortnite on iOS and Switch, and looked what happened when the Switch becomes available. And what you see is they're pretty close beforehand, then they begin to diverge and they stay apart. And what that indicates is that these consumers who adopted the Switch are shifting some of their activity that they would have otherwise do from iOS to somewhere else, presumably the Switch. And that's an indication of substitution. Consumers have a reason to move, and they do.
Professor Hitt, yesterday there was discussion with Professor Schmallenby as to whether this analysis showed relative or absolute substitution. Did you listen to that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And in your opinion, as the one who conducted the study, does this graph show absolute substitution?
So in the sense it was being used, yes, this is absolute substitution. There was some confusion. I presented some data where I showed the fraction of consumers accessing on different platforms. And there was some discussion by Professor Schmallenby in his deposition regarding whether you could use those percentages or not to make these inferences, and that really you shouldn't use percentages of total spending, you should use total spending. I think he testified that he was unaware that we've done another analysis here. I'd also mention that to the extent that there is any difference between that analysis on total spending versus the percentages, it is entirely driven by these season introduction events. The not surprising finding that people spend more on Fortnite when they have a new season release, and they do it on all platforms. So to the extent that there might have been any rise that would make this inconsistent with other analyses, it's entirely driven by these season events.
Thank you, Professor. Let's turn to slide 30 and your next analysis. I understand you did an analysis on people who download console and PC gaming companion apps. Before we get into the details, can you just explain what is a console or PC gaming app?
So there are apps that exist on the App Store that are intended to be used alongside a Xbox or a PlayStation, or when you use Steam. And the types of functionality you have are things like you can use the app to instruct your Xbox to download a game, or you can interact with your Xbox in various other ways. The Xbox app is kind of neat because if you have a good enough network connection, you can actually play Xbox games on your phone through the Xbox app. You do have to be, your console has to be running, but that's something you can do. In any event, there's an Xbox app, there's a PlayStation app, there's a couple of Nintendo apps, and there's a Steam app. And the nice thing is, because we have detailed transaction data from Apple, we can observe when consumers downloaded these apps. And that provides a proxy or an indication that consumers probably either have a console, acquired a console, or are intending to do something with a console, which would have prompted them to download one of these apps.
And what are you comparing in this slide 30?
So what I look at is the two bars. One group of consumers downloaded one of these console apps in 2018. Another group of these consumers never downloaded one of these console apps, ever, at least over the span of the data that we have. And what I'm comparing is the growth rates in spending on iOS between 2017 and 2019. Again, it's important to do this in growth rates because that accounts for the fact that different consumers have different spending levels. And what you find is that the consumers who downloaded one of these console apps, the right-hand dark blue bar, their spending on iOS grew by 19% as a group. The corresponding group that did not have one of these apps grew by, in the same period, 24%. But a 5% absolute difference, which is about a 20% difference in growth rate. So when you have an additional option on iOS stores, that indicates that consumers were substituting from iOS to console. The one other additional interesting thing about this is because not all apps on iOS are available on console. This gives you some indication that some of this may be related to substituting across games, not just within the same game across platforms.
Professor Hitt, straight off. We don't need a slide right now. Thank you. Let's go to your final two natural experiments. I think you previously mentioned those related to Spotify and Netflix subscriptions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you just describe the nature of that analysis?
These are pretty straightforward. We have different data from Spotify and Netflix, so the analysis is a little different. It's in my written report. But essentially what happened was that Spotify and Netflix decided to not offer new subscriptions through the iOS app. And so it's possible to see whether that had any impact on their revenue or their ability to obtain premium users on iOS and so forth. And what you see is that after they switched subscriptions, they were able to still continue to serve these customers, even consumers who are using the iOS app. No change in revenue, and no indication of any sort of change in the use of the iOS app when we had that data available.
Spotify and Netflix are not gaming apps, is that correct?
No, they're not. I think it's informative generally as to whether consumers can move across platforms, but they're not games.
Let's switch subjects and talk about related topic, ease of substitution. We heard this week that Dr. Evans and Professor Acey are of the view that consumers face high barriers to substitution across transaction platforms. Is that consistent with your analysis?
I think generally no.
And have you considered that on both the developer and the consumer side of the transaction platform?
Yes. And what you see is developers can serve customers on multiple platforms, and consumers have the ability to already do move across these platforms and will move across them if given reason to do so. And a lot of the discussion that we saw from Dr. Evans, Professor Acey, is indicating the difficulties of doing things that consumers are already doing all by themselves without any incentives to do so through posts.
We heard a lot about frictions this week, and did you hear the testimony that Mr. Sweeney does not consider out-of-app transactions to be substitutes for in-app transactions?
Yes, I did.
And that related to frictions, is that correct?
I think they've been described by a variety of people as being frictions.
Yeah. And was that testimony consistent with that you've heard from other app developers in this case?
Well, yeah, other app developers do indicate that they're able to participate on multiple transaction platforms. The gentleman, mentioned that he was able to have consumers, for example, transact through a web browser to buy their subscriptions. And there's a lot of examples in the data that I've seen where, for example, consumers can buy V-Bucks through a web browser.
Did you, is friction a term of art in your industry?
So, yes and no. It's a casual term that is usually meant to relate to some kind of cost to do a particular activity. So, and there's this concept called frictional costs that is sometimes used in the switching cost literature. So it's a term of art in the sense that it describes something broadly, but then it immediately has to be operationalized. What are you exactly talking about here? How difficult really is it to do X versus Y?
What is that then? A qualitative analysis as opposed to a quantitative analysis?
So it depends on which literature you're looking in. So people have, for example, done quantitative analysis on that. You need pretty good setting. It has to, the stars kind of need to align on the empirical data to do that, but there have been people who've done that. Historically, when you're talking in that literature, it's often done qualitatively. But you can quantify it if you want, or at least you can get a metric that you can then make a judgment to say, hey, this looks like it's a lot, or no, that doesn't seem like it's very much.
So a qualitative analysis isn't inappropriate?
No, I don't believe so.
Proceed.
Professor Hood, did you evaluate ethics claims if there are frictions to making purchases outside the app for content to use within that?
Yes, I mean you can look at what those frictions might be. One of the things that indicate those frictions might be low is consumers actually do this, and you can think of at least a couple of scenarios. For example, if you're already on a console, there's very little, if any, friction there. And then web browsers are, for example, widely available. You are able to log in, download, and transact in a web browser if you have a common currency, and if the developer so chooses, they can make that functionality available, and that's very easy to do. And it's important to put this in context. We're talking about frictions in the sort of the digital commerce world, and maybe we've just gotten habituated to the fact that things are easy to do. But if you think about if the friction that is leading to anti-competitive conduct is leaving an app and spending a minute or two in a web browser, that you think about what that looks like in the real world. We're talking about, for example, I'm in a convenience store. There's no way I'd go to another convenience store because I'd have to walk across the street to do so. That's the types of frictions we're talking about here that are supposedly insurmountable seem very small compared to the ones you would typically see in the real world. And so it's hard to imagine that is a substantial enough friction, but again, you can judge, from what you observe qualitatively, whether you think that's the case. And certainly consumers are able to overcome this because they do perform transactions in a wide variety of these platforms.
So, Professor Hood, as an economist, the test for evaluating frictions is not whether you can do something with a baby on your shoulder. Is that correct?
I won't even go there.
You talked earlier about the role that developers can play in using these frictions. Can you have slide 31, please? What does this slide tell you about the developer's role in using frictions between substitution between digital game transaction platforms?
So as I mentioned, a lot of these frictions are under developer control. They can choose to offer services that make it easy to move across these platforms if they so choose. Two of them, I think this has come up before, but just to quantify, are do they offer I think I actually mentioned these explicitly. Can I sign on to my same account? That is offered if you look at all apps or even by game apps. That's typically offered. And then the other one is, can I move my content across apps? Right? And I did an analysis for the top 25 apps by downloads and revenue for all apps and for game apps, just to see how prevalent it is for at least the common apps. So this is very labor intensive, so you could probably extend it to 50, you could probably extend it more, but I focused on the top 25. And what you find is that most of the large apps that are revenue generating offer some form of single sign on once, my account's portable across devices, and most of them also, although not all, offer the ability to transfer some or all content across these apps. So I think you asked earlier about the extent to which you can move your stuff off, or whether you have to basically liquidate your account before you move. At least most of the top 25 revenue generating apps have some form that allows you to move at least some of that, but not necessarily all, and not necessarily all of them.
And what is the overlap between the top 25 game versus top 25 overall?
I'd have to go back and look. When you're talking revenue, I believe that overlap is pretty good. So revenue and downloads, that's pretty different because you're talking about a lot of apps that monetize, for example, with advertising. So that will make that group very different. There's a fair amount on the revenue-generating apps between games and all apps, just because game apps tend to be high revenue generators. I could probably do the calculation, but it's not on the top of my head, and it's calculable from the backup.
Professor Hitt, let's talk briefly about an exceedingly popular app that no one in this courtroom has ever used, Tinder. Is Tinder one of the top 25 apps that you analyzed?
Yes, it's not a game, but it is a high revenue generating app. Yes.
Okay. And does Tinder have a single sign-on?
Yes, it does.
And does Tinder allow users to make subscriptions and non-subscription purchases outside of the app through its website?
It allows that as well.
And can you use Tinder in an iOS web browser?
Yes, I think the swiping is a little different in the browser, but I think you basically poke a button. But yes, the functionality of Tinder is available through a web browser.
From the standpoint as an economist, do you think that these different sorts of transactions on Tinder involve significant friction?
My assessment would be that these frictions are very low, as you can move across these platforms easily, depending on what you choose to do. And certainly, the developer made it relatively easy to do transactions in a variety of places.
Okay. Just a couple more questions, Professor Hitt. Professor Hitt, you understand that there will be rebuttal opinions offered by Dr. Cragg in this case. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And does Dr. Cragg critique your analysis in his written direct testimony?
Yes.
And when was the most recent production for the backup of Dr. Cragg's analysis produced?
About a week ago.
And did you or your team have the opportunity to review that backup data?
Not completely. We certainly looked at it, but we haven't done a comprehensive analysis of what he did.
And have you had the opportunity to respond to Dr. Cragg's critiques?
No, the timing was such that I have not been able to respond.
That's it, Your Honor.
What do you need?
What?
How much time would you need?
So more than a week. A couple of weeks is typically the case. I mean, in terms of doing in general, doing the analysis it doesn't take very much time, but the challenge is, of course, in litigation settings where you have to be extremely careful and get absolutely everything right. That adds a little more time to the point where we would have something we would be willing to present.
Okay. While Mr. Evans is getting ready for cross-examination, do you want to go on the record about whether you use Tinder? Sorry. You don't have to answer that.
But it's surprising. Whenever I talk about Tinder in my class, it's every one of my students, PhD students in particular, has access to Tinder. So we can have a rich discussion. I just can't participate as effectively.
All right, cross.
May we approach and provide some boundaries?
You may.
Thank you.
And when was the Cragg rebuttal report produced?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
When was the Cragg report produced?
At the same time as Professor Hitt's, Your Honor. It was an exchange in needs.
No, it has to. I'm talking about the rebuttal.
That was a rebuttal, the exchange rebuttal report.
Yeah, no, this is analysis that appeared in Dr. Cragg's written direct testimony, not his rebuttal report.
Your Honor, this was the analysis. This was back up to some of the analysis that used Professor Hicks' own data that the parties have briefed as part of the objections, and the Honor has ruled upon. And I can ask another couple of questions to Professor Hicks about it. But
Go ahead.
Professor Hicks, the day that Apple asked for the backup for Dr. Craig, Epic asked for the backup for new charts in your direct testimony. Are you aware of that?
I believe so, yes.
And when was that data produced?
I don't recall. I was aware of the request, but I don't know when it actually was delivered.
Could it be that it hasn't been produced yet?
I don't know. I don't believe there were new analyses. I think I made a pie chart out of data in my report, and there's a couple of drop lines and charts. But again, I don't know. My research team is working to do that. Okay.
So I want to go quickly about some things that you mentioned in your direct, as they're fresh in our mind and in the court's mind. One was about, you talked some about switching between Android and iOS. Do you recall that?
Yes, there was some discussion of that. I don't think I said it as explicitly as that, but yes.
And I believe you mentioned the number 78 million new phones sold every year, correct?
That's correct.
And that's compared to the about 300 million or a little more that there are in the U.S., correct?
That sounds right.
And you said that there's some studies that go between low single digits to 26% of switching, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if we take, let's take 10% to make our life easy. So 10% of 78 million would mean that there are about somewhere between 7 and 8 million switching every year under that assumption, correct?
Yeah, I think that sounds right.
And that's about 7 or 8 million out of 300 million phones, correct?
I think your math is right.
Okay. And what is that as a percentage?
That's something like 4% of the installed base, something like that. Okay. Maybe 3 to 4% of the installed base. Yes.
We talked about some streaming services, great innovation, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that those streaming services are not able to be native apps on iOS, correct?
That's correct.
And you agree with me that, for instance, if Netflix were not allowed to be a native app on iOS, that would harm Netflix, correct?
I don't know for sure, but that was probably the case, yeah.
And it would harm innovation and competition, correct?
I'm not sure. I haven't done an analysis that would go that far.
You're not sure?
I don't know. It's not something I've done.
You don't know if booting Netflix off the App Store would be bad for innovation and competition?
So I haven't done the analysis. I would think that it would be harder to access Netflix. It would depend on what their response was.
But based on Apple's position in this case, Apple could decree tomorrow that Netflix is off the App Store, correct?
I believe that's within their policies. This is not something that's happened.
I want to go back to slide 17 that you had put up. You recall that slide?
If we could pull it up, that would be helpful. Okay.
On the screen. You recall that slide?
Yes, I did.
And in that slide, you mentioned that something wonderful happened to Epic in March of 2018 or a little earlier, and Fortnite came out on iOS, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in Epic's sphere, that was a big innovative step for Epic, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned that caused Epic to be able to charge much more than it had before for in-app transactions, correct?
Yes.
And you said that that's a good thing. That means that Epic was providing much more value to its customers than it had before, correct?
Yes, rising prices is consistent with greater consumer value. If people are willing to pay.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you for that. So, and if we look at the median, I think you mentioned that essentially Epic was able to sell something that consumers valued at about $5 up to March of 2018 and about $10 after that, correct?
That's correct.
And that is 100% increase, even I understand that, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, what happened to the commission that Apple was charging was that it went up from $1.50 to $3 on that day, correct?
That's correct as well. Commission price has been constant. Price of the app chosen by Epic has increased. That's all.
Okay. And so Apple started making a lot more money on each transaction on an Epic game, correct?
That's correct.
The same 100% increase, correct?
They're proportional under the commission rate scheme.
Now, the transactions that occurred in February 2018 weren't any different from the transaction services provided by Apple in April of 2018, correct?
So the transaction itself is very similar. The capability to offer games like Fortnite accumulated over many, many, many years before.
I understand, sir. In March of 2018, Apple did not introduce any new innovation into the sphere of App Store transactions that completely changed the value that it delivered to Epic, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, this kind of pricing based on a percentage of the transaction is somewhat common in specific licensing, like IP licensing, correct?
It's a common economic mechanism that allows you to share revenue without having to have a huge amount of information about what your counterparties are doing.
And it's known as ad valorem kind of commission, correct?
Who said ad valorem?
That's not a phrase I've used. I just think of it as a percentage commission.
Okay. Now, in the context of a patent license, for instance, the patent runs out after 20 years, correct?
Patents do have a duration.
But Apple's provision is that it's entitled to this 30% forever.
For the Apple's commission scheme is if you sell something on the App Store, they get a 30%. I don't think there's not a temporal element in that sense.
It doesn't have the same temporal element of an IP license, correct?
It's not a comparison I've drawn, but if you transact in the App Store, you earn revenue, the commission is triggered by that event.
I want to go back for a second for one of your other slides where you suggested that Epic retained 81 to 88% of its iOS revenue following the termination of Epic from the App Store. You recall that?
Yes.
And I believe that was slide 28. That was your opinion?
Yeah, it's a calculation.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about this calculation, if we may.
Sure.
Can we bring up our Exhibit 13 demonstrative? Our Exhibit 13 demonstrative, the pie chart. No? The pie chart? Okay, never mind. So
You have it, you can turn on the Elmo.
yeah, I don't have it here. So let's just use your numbers, and that's okay. If we can turn to sheet 25. It's slide number 25. You can open that slide up, sir. That's from these bindings. So unless there's some difference between what I have and what they have, I don't know.
Mr. Evans, do you have a physical copy?
I do have a physical copy, and the witness has a physical copy before him, I believe. So we can talk about it like that.
So you gave me 2 bindings. Do I have a physical copy?
If I may step for a second.
You may. But again, we also have the capability of turning on the Elmo, the overhead, and you can put it right on there.
Sir, in slide 25.
Can we turn on the Elmo? Mr. Evan, I don't believe that is slide 25 of Professor Hitt's deck.
It says here 25 in my binder.
That was not used today.
Okay, but it's in my binder. So,
Go ahead. No, not in my
all right,
binder.
let me just put it up then.
No, that is slide 25. I was talking about the one you had up before, sorry.
That is slide 25 in here?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So, Professor Hitt, I just want to make sure we understand exactly what you explained when you explained the 85%. So, what we see here are purchasing behaviors of iOS Fortnite users, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And what we have here is that you said 75.9% make no purchases at all, correct?
That's correct.
And 15.8% buy only on other platforms, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is essentially somebody who once in their life, or maybe more, opened Fortnite on an iOS device, but generally they only transact on other platforms such as the Sony PlayStation, correct?
I think you could make that a little firmer, which is to say they observably, at least in this period, only transacted on another platform.
Okay. And then we have 5.6% that transacted some on iOS and only on iOS, correct?
That's correct.
And 2.8 that transacted some on iOS and some on other platforms, correct?
That's also correct.
All right. And do you recall that in your report, you found that the 15.8 group of people who purchased only on the Sony and other devices accounted for 65.4% of the spend by people who ever accessed Fortnite on iOS, correct?
Sorry, which number are you referring to specifically?
I am referring to the 15.8%.
Divided by the sum of the three parts?
Yes.
And they accounted for what?
I'm sorry?
I was trying to understand your statement, your question. Of that 15.8%, 65% did what?
Not of the 15.8%, Your Honor. Mr. Hick, you remember that in your report, Professor Hick said, you allocated revenue to these three groups, correct?
I've done calculations that focus on spending on iOS and so forth. I think you'd have to point me to the one that you think corresponds, that you're talking about. But yes, I've done those kinds of calculations.
And you found that 65.4% of all the spend by people who accessed Fortnite on iOS spent all that money only on other platforms, correct?
Let me just clarify. So the number you're citing there is 15.8 divided by those three pie charts, correct? I'm just not sure which number you're referring to. It seems about right, but I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Which three pie charts are you talking about?
I'll get it to Mr. Evans to explain. I think that's the number if you take the 15.856 and 28, add them up, and then as the denominator, and then 15 as the numerator. But I'm not sure.
Do you want us to switch back to Mr. Rudd, or do you still want the overhead?
I want the overhead for now.
Okay.
I apologize for that, Your Honor. So if you recognize Exhibit 13 from your rebuttal report?
Yes, good.
And do you see that here you said only from iOS, that's the first group, that is 23.1% of spending by iOS users on Fortnite, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are people who only ever transacted in Fortnite on iOS, correct?
That's correct.
And
sorry, which number were you referring to?
At 23.1%.
Oh, yes, sorry.
And then we have 11.5%, and those are people who transacted some on iOS and some on other platforms, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then we have 65.4% of people who only ever transacted on Sony PlayStation, Xbox, etc., correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that if Apple, for instance, raised the price on distribution of Fortnite on iOS, that would not affect the people the transactions, the 65.4% transactions, correct? Those are transactions that never touched iOS in any way, shape, or form, correct?
So it wouldn't, if the consumers continue to behave as they have in the past, that would not affect that group.
Because if I sometimes open my Fortnite on iOS, but I transact on Sony, that the fact that Apple increased its prices, it doesn't affect me, correct?
Yes, that's correct. If again, all else equal, but yes, that would be the case.
Okay. And so when you looked at what happened after August 13, and you started talking about the retention rate, you included those transactions in the 85 number, correct?
Yes. I separated those numbers into the components, and the 85 number does include that group. Absolutely.
Okay. And by including those folks in your retained revenue number, you begin your revenue retention exercise with a guaranteed retention rate of 65.4% of all Fortnite income from people who ever opened Fortnite on iOS, correct?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Sir, you began the exercise with a retention rate of 65.4%, correct?
It doesn't work that way. I can clarify.
Sir,
if you're
no, thank you. Do you remember that you were deposed by me?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And do you remember that in your deposition I asked you that question?
I think you may have, yes.
And Your Honor, if I may.
I'm getting it. So you gave me two big binders, but I don't see his deposition supposed to be at tab 7, and I only have through tab 4.
Tab 2, I'm being told.
I just need his deposition transcript. The copy. Okay. Mr. Evans, page and line number.
This is page 296, lines 13 to 24, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Sir, if you recall that I asked you, that would mean that by including those folks in your retention number at the top row, you begin the exercise with a retention rate of 65.4%, correct? You do some colloquy, and then you say, yeah, I believe that is correct. Yes.
Yes. As a practical matter, that's correct.
Or did you give this answer?
I believe so.
Professor Hick, the way this works is they get to read this, and we can be subject to redirects.
Sorry.
And in fact, from the other two groups, the 23.1% that Epic obtained from people who only ever purchased on iOS, and the 11.5% that sometimes purchased on iOS and sometimes on Android, Epic only retains about 50%, correct?
That's correct. That's the empirical result.
So you all the bachelor degree and graduate level degrees in electrical engineering, correct?
That's correct.
And a PhD in management, correct?
That's also correct.
And you previously taught at the Sloan School of Management, correct?
That's correct as well.
And you're now at the Wharton Business School, correct?
Yeah, the chronology is a little bit different than you suggested. I taught for one semester but I've been at Wharton for 25 years.
Okay, thank you for that correction. It is an expert witness by any U.S. court on the topic of antitrust economics, true?
That's correct. No, the cases I've involved in went to trial.
And prior to this case, you've never filed a report in any case on the topic of market definition, correct?
That's correct.
And you've never published any books or papers specifically about market definition, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you've never published books or papers specifically about antitrust, is that correct?
Yes, I think that's correct. There's no publication I have that's specifically antitrust.
And you've also never published books or papers specifically about the antitrust implications of two-sided markets, correct? Antitrust implications of two-sided markets, correct?
Oh, that's correct.
Yesterday, you were asked about the court some questions about the recent Apple small business plan. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told the court that your understanding was that Apple has explained that they wanted to support innovation with that program. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you presented the small business program in your slide 10, I believe, as an example of App Store commission decreases, correct?
I'll take your word on the slide, but yes, I presented that.
And you presented that as a sign of decreasing commissions, correct?
Yes, 30 to 15 for those developers who qualify.
And the small business program lowered the rate on developers making less than $1 million a year from 30% to 15%, correct?
Yes.
In late 2020 or early 2021, before the program was adopted, are you aware of any other platform lowering its commission rate?
So I don't recall the precise timing, but I believe Valve lowered its commissions for very large developers. I don't recall exactly when that occurred, dropping from 30 to 25 to 20, depending on how large you were. So I believe that's one case. There may, I don't believe this is in, I said it in the report, but there may have been a Microsoft announcement as well, but I only vaguely recollect that.
Okay. And you recall that the Epic decline was in 2018?
What are you referring to as the Epic decline?
Sorry, the Steam decline was in 2018?
I don't remember when they announced that. It's probably in my report, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. You're not aware of any relationship between the Valve decision to lower its commission in 2018 and the small business program, correct?
I have no information that would link them directly.
Okay. And in late 2020 or early 2021, you are also not aware of any decline in demand for apps or app transactions in iOS, correct?
There's, again, it's not something specifically I examined in that narrow window, but there's nothing to suggest that from the output data. So.
And Apple certainly in its public statement did not suggest that it was lowering its commissions to meet any kind of competitive threat, correct?
I don't recall their full communication, but I don't recall anything of that form.
Instead, Apple said it was doing it to support innovation, correct?
That's my understanding. Again, I don't recall the specific words, but my general understanding is that was one of the reasons.
You testified yesterday that pricing is set by supply and demand, correct?
That's correct.
If Apple lowered its price to support innovation, that is an example where Apple's price was not set by specific supply and demand forces, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no. I disagree. It's a response to enhance the overall size of the ecosystem, which increases revenue.
Okay. If Apple lowered its price to support innovation, do you believe its current price is profit maximizing?
I don't have any specific opinion on that because I didn't investigate that. But it very well could be. Okay.
Apple believed that 30% apparently was the profit maximizing price until January 2021, correct?
Well, I don't know what Apple believed, but they did make a decision to lower the price on a certain group. So they may have decided that some conditions would change at some point that would make that beneficial.
And have you seen any data to suggest that Apple could not tomorrow increase the price back to 30%, and that increase would be profitable?
I've seen no data on the feasibility or the impact of that.
But it's not beyond the pale, is it?
I don't like to speculate on things I haven't done, but many things are possible.
People can raise prices from time to time and do it profitably, correct?
Given the market circumstances, yes.
In any event, Apple understood as of early 2021 that a reduction in commission from 30% to 15% would support innovation, correct?
Again, that's my understanding broadly.
And you don't disagree with Apple that lowering Apple's commission rate from 30% to 15% would support innovation, correct?
I have no reason to doubt that's their motivation, and it seems plausible to me.
Thank you. Now, you showed the court yesterday several charts showing growth in game transactions, app transactions, developer revenues. Do you recall these?
Yes.
In putting these slides together, have you done any work, any modeling, for example, of how these indices would grow in a but-for world without Apple's restrictions?
So I haven't done a formal structural model, but there are benchmarks that you can compare it to.
Have you done any work, sir, to model what those growth rates would be without Apple's restrictions?
No, as I said, I haven't done a structural model or anything like that form.
And you're aware, are you not, that in March 2008, Steve Jobs publicly stated that Apple does not intend to make any money from the App Store, correct?
Yes, I recall that quote.
And have you done any modeling to show how transactions and developer revenue would have grown in a but-for world where Apple kept Mr. Jobs' promise?
I don't know if I characterize it as a promise. It's a statement, but no, I've done no modeling of that.
Now, so, given your background, I'm assuming you are familiar with Moore's Law, correct?
Yes, I teach myself.
And Moore's Law observes that the number of transistors doubles every 2 years or so, correct?
Good enough. Yeah, that's close enough.
And the transactions we're talking about are digital transactions, correct?
They are.
and they derive value from the improvements in iPhone chips and iPhone screens and other iPhone hardware, correct?
Yes, and the integration thereof. Sure.
Now, in putting together your slides, have you taken any steps to control for Moore's law or for the general immense progress the iPhone and smartphones more generally have made in the past 13 years?
I'm not sure what you mean by control.
I mean, you've looked at revenues from the App Store. You've looked at number of transactions on the App Store. Have you done anything to control for things that had nothing to do with the App Store necessarily or with the restrictions they issued, such as the fact that iPhone's gotten better?
So I didn't do any modeling of that form. I don't think it's appropriate, but no, I didn't do anything.
Okay. And the transactions you analyzed are often done over cellular networks, correct?
They can be. These are network devices, Wi-Fi, cellular.
And cellular connectivity and cellular network reach and cellular bandwidth and cellular speeds have all grown exponentially since 2008, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And so, for instance, today we can stream movies, which we couldn't do in 2008, correct?
I'm not sure that statement is correct, but certainly the capability has gotten better over time, dramatically.
Okay. You recall Mr. Jobs standing and announcing the second version of the iPhone and miraculously downloading a picture in like 22 seconds?
I may have seen that in the past. I don't recall.
That didn't seem like the technology was really ready for streaming movies over cellular, did it?
Over cellular, not at full resolution and at full quality now.
And today we can stream apps on cellular, correct?
Yes, we're getting it.
And we couldn't do that in 2008, correct?
I think that's fair.
And today we can have video chats over Zoom or FaceTime, correct?
Yes.
Could you do that over cellular connectivity in 2008, could you?
I don't know. I don't think it was widely available. There was, YouTube was accessible, but a lot of the stuff we have now relies on heavy bandwidth.
YouTube can buffer, right?
Yes.
And FaceTime can not, correct?
I don't want to speculate about this. There existed video conference technology that existed before, but I will not disagree that it's gotten dramatically better.
Okay. And today, we can play multiplayer games over cellular, such as Fortnite or PUBG or any other game like that. And we couldn't do that back in 2000, correct?
That's correct.
And all of this growth in cellular technology had nothing to do with Apple's restrictions on the App Store, correct?
As you've narrowly defined the question, that's correct.
And when putting together your growth slides, have you done anything to control for the immense growth in cellular capabilities between 2008 and 2021?
So there's no controls in there because, again, I don't believe it's appropriate to remove the innovations Apple has contributed.
Have you done any analysis that suggests that the growth rates you showed yesterday have anything to do with Apple's restrictions?
Apple's restrictions? No, the growth is part of the ecosystem.
Okay.
I'm sorry, only 2 minutes. Thank you. So let me do a quick thing. You relied on some of Apple's other experts in forming your opinion, correct?
Yes, I did.
You relied on Professor Smallingby?
Yes, I did, for the two-sided market issues.
Okay, and you relied on Professor LaFontaine's framework for market definition, correct?
That's correct as well.
and you relied on the results of Professor Hansen's survey, correct?
Yes.
Now, before undertaking your engagement in this case, you understood that the hypothetical monopolist test is a well-accepted test that can be used to define a relevant market, correct?
Yes, it has been for some time.
And just like Professor LaFontaine, you too did not perform a hypothetical monopolist test in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you also have never done a SNP test in this case or any case, correct?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now, before you decided not to undertake any type of hypothetical monopolist test in this case, you did not make any effort to investigate whether any U.S. court or antitrust agency has defined or accepted a relevant market without performing any kind of hypothetical monopolist test, correct?
Objection.
He either did, what's the objection? He either did or didn't consider it.
He's an economist, not a lawyer.
I understand that, actually, but I'm assuming the answer here is no. Did you?
You are correct. The answer is no.
No, he's not. Okay.
And you're not offering an independent opinion that a hypothetical monopolist test is unnecessary in this case, correct?
Sorry, could I get the question again, please?
You're not offering an independent opinion that a hypothetical monopolist test is unnecessary here, correct? You're relying on Professor LaFontaine for that?
I'm not offering an opinion of that form.
It's a good place, Mr. Irvin.
Yes.
All right. For our earlier discussion, I don't know if you heard, but Professor Hitt, you were instructed not to talk to any of the parties or lawyers during the break. We'll stand in recess for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me, showing you how it's supposed to be. I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do.
Fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love, cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. You was fucking with my head, now I'm crying in the Benz. I'll be better off alone, cause I push away my friends. Every time I get a bag, I just blow it on the chems. Cause the gas ain't free, yeah, I still gotta spend. You say you killed for me, now I know it's just a lie. You gon' fuck up on my whip, cause you not no ride or die. I need some real homies, niggas that gon' keep me on my grind. It's hard for me to open up, fuck, I really don't know why. And the drug is not me, but it keeps me on my shit. Got the ADHD, put an Addy in my lip. Shawty wanna link with us, send the Addy in the zip. And she curved me in the fall, but she see him on my shit. I don't fall in love, cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love, cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck.
Aye, what? Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Counterfeit. Guess it from the thought of it. People fake. Think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. Roll one, if your dog hold you down, do not take it for granted. Get a credit out if it's both of you that planned it. If you got some bread, they should not be empty-handed. If your homie winning, then you winning, understand it. Roll two, don't compare yourself to anybody else. These days, people wanna be anyone but themselves. All that picture posting and fake boasting really doesn't help. Push it to the side and make sure you focus on yourself. But sometimes it get hard. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real. This right here to start a kid. Pick the grind. Look like I just started it. If somebody left me, I'ma let them leave. I just upgraded to a better me. Ain't no hard feelings, I'ma wish them well. You did me a favor, did it to yourself. Fake love come and go, especially when money grow. That's why I be staying low, keep it on the need to know. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, that don't happen. Say it did, must be capping. I don't let them catch me lagging. Cut you up, don't say I won't. Not afraid to say I'm wrong. Say you real, say you kill. Well, okay, I play it on. I don't care what they say. All I care about is action. Go and do what you do. Don't worry about their reaction. But sometimes it get hard. Facts. I just keep on working till we make it out of Dodge. Okay. People posting pictures, really, that's just a mirage. Real ones with me, I know we gon' beat the odds. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, this right here to start a kid. Pick the grind, look like I just started it. Counterfeit, guess it from the thought of it. People fake, think they need to start a kid. Tryna be real, This right here, the starter kit. Hit the grind. Look like I just started it.
I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Those are the things I've made it. Then I went and caved in. I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places. Half is back at home. The other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul. And I can't catch my breath, cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. Swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. You'll always hold me. I swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down.
I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Bring me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Bring me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up the pace.
And I don't know why I've been so down. Can you come right now before I go insane? But baby, don't lie to me. Baby, I could give you everything. Baby, you know I am the one for you. Yeah, do you remember the first time you fell in love?
my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up the pace.
For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I'll take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we can toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do.
Stressed all the time, I've been making my worst mistakes of my life. Still been searching for purpose. I don't know why all this pain finally surfaced. Stressed out my mind, made mistakes, but I'm learning. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me? Feels like all these songs we're making just ain't songs to me. Just a way to ventilate the demons calling me. Just a way to keep me safe so they won't bother me. And I'm sorry I don't answer when you call me. I know you've been worried. Really nothing against you, just the way that I am. All the pain that I've been dealing with is gone in my head. No, pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. Screaming all these melodies inside of my head. I hope I hear them when I'm fading, racing thoughts in my bed. I'll make you proud, I won't quit now. When there's nowhere to run, I'll stand my ground. No, I've been down one too many times, but I'll fight till I can find the light.
Okay, you're back on record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. The witnesses on the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Professor Heath, you believe that products that are central to the conduct of each must be within the product market, correct?
Yes.
And the products you focused on in this case are the initial download, re-download, updates, and in-app purchases of game content between developers and consumers, correct?
Yes.
And transactions from non-game apps are not part of your market, correct?
They are not part of the game transaction market, no.
So Spotify, for instance, is outside the market, correct?
That's correct.
And Netflix is outside the market, correct?
Yes.
Could you, and I'll take this, but I'm curious whether you did any clustering in testing the market definition that you rejected in your informal discussions with the others as you were collaborating on and defining the market.
So if you're meaning, so there's two types of things you could investigate. You can investigate whether games is too broad or too narrow. It sounds like you're suggesting it's too narrow. There were some analyses that I did to suggest that the underlying economic considerations that apply to games are different than other kinds of apps.
But did you do, for instance, entertainment or some kind of clustering of apps where in-app purchases were driving the economics for the developers as opposed to, as opposed to others where everything is free?
So I think you highlighted on one of the things we did look at, which is the monetization mechanisms, and games in particular are unique, or at least very, very different if you look at that, because they rely very heavily on in-app purchases of individual items. Whereas, for example, entertainment is very subscription-driven, and other things, for example, social media is very advertising-driven. And so there's a sequence of analyses that I did where I looked at the various genres and compared some of the monetization schemes, and games, especially on the IAP area, really stand out as being very different from all the others.
Are those are those tests that you did, were those disclosed in your report?
Yes, there's a series of graphs in my written draft that I focused on. The one you just alluded to is in there.
Okay. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you recall telling me in your deposition that if Spotify brought the same complaint with the same allegations, that would require a different market analysis, correct?
Yes, you'd want to look at how Spotify, what the alternatives would be for Spotify as compared to an Epic or other game.
Because the harm to Spotify is different than the harm to Epic in your view?
I don't know that. What I do know is that there's the underlying economics could be different, and it's important to evaluate that.
But the focus is on the harm to the plaintiff and not to competition generally?
I don't know how to answer that one way or another. I would focus on harm. I'm focused on harm to competition, but certainly you want to pay attention to what product is offered by the plaintiff so you can do the relevant part of the relevant market.
Okay. When you decided to focus solely on games, you understood that Epic publishes some Unreal Engine apps, correct?
Yes.
And you understood those are not games?
They support game development, but they're not games. I believe they're essentially dev tools.
And that means they're not games, correct?
They're not games.
You said development tools?
Yes. I'd have to go back and look exactly what they are, but one looked like, for example, an app that allows you to do testing, and there's some other things like that, but I don't recall exactly all of them right now.
And you understand that Unreal Engine serves beyond games other uses, correct?
Yes.
And so these are dev tools for other kinds of apps, correct?
It could be. The media, I know it's used for media content generation. I haven't really thought about whether that goes into an app or some other kind of media production.
But it could, correct?
Presumably, yes.
And you understood that Epic publishes House Party, correct?
Yes.
And House Party is a social app which would not be within the games market you've articulated, correct?
That's correct. There's some connections between Fortnite and House Party, but it's a social media app.
And you've also not analyzed the allegations related to Epic's ability to offer EGS on iOS, correct?
Not specifically, no. I've analyzed the game market, but I haven't focused on EGS as an app, for example.
You remember you told me in your deposition that you personally not analyzed the allegations related to entry of EGS?
That's correct.
And when a user on the Epic Game Store obtains an app that's not a game, is that a digital game transaction?
It's a digital transaction, but not a game transaction, so that would be no.
Okay. You also didn't do any analysis on payment systems, correct?
That's correct. That wasn't within my scope.
In defining the game transaction market, you've not offered any kind of definition of what a game is, correct?
Not specifically, no. I rely on self-identification, at least for my analysis.
Okay. You assume Roblox, for instance, is a game, correct?
I don't assume. I relied on classifications provided by developers in doing my analysis.
And what was the classification that you relied on?
So there's a genre designator, and then within genre there is also subgenres, and within games there are many subgenres.
Okay. Have you consulted with anyone at Apple whether they consider Roblox a game or a non-game?
No.
You agree with me, sir, that as between the two market definitions before the court, Epic's and Apple's, only Epic's market actually includes all the Epic apps that we just discussed, correct?
Yes, House Party is outside the games transaction market, so that would be yes.
You talked a little bit towards the end of your testimony about friction. You remember that?
Yes.
Fair to say, isn't it, that whatever you think of the level of friction, if a developer believes that it cannot move enough of its customers to a different transaction platform in the face of a price increase, then that friction is relevant to antitrust analysis, correct?
It could be, yes.
And you have not presented any data, for instance, on how long the process of purchasing content outside a game app could take, correct?
I did, as part of my backup, examine how long it took to purchase V-Bucks through a web browser, but I didn't do a systematic analysis of all the other ways in which you might go across platforms.
And you haven't done any systematic study to see how many transactions a game developer would lose if it tried to encourage users to make purchases outside of the app instead of in-app, correct?
I think the studies I've done would be on that specifically would apply to the two media apps, so not specifically in games, but yes.
You remember I asked you this question in your deposition?
I actually don't recall, but you could have.
So you may turn to page 121, beginning on line 23, to your deposition. Hold on.
I have this deposition.
I believe you had it twice by now, Your Honor, so but if you need, we'll get you in the binder.
So maybe it's just marked differently.
It is supposed to be in binder 1, tab 2, Your Honor, if that's helpful.
Okay, so I do have it twice. So you can send this one back. I think it belongs to Mr. Carvajal. Okay, page
121, line 23, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So if you look at the site that I just gave to the court, 121 and 23, you see that I asked you, okay, have you done any kind of study to see how many transactions a game developer could lose if it did try to encourage to make purchases outside of the app instead of in-app? Richmond objected, and you said, so that is not a study I have done. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah, that's consistent. Excuse me, that's consistent with my prior.
Did you see that you said that in your deposition?
Could you give me the site, please?
It's 121, 22.
We can either move on, or unless you want him to affirmatively admit that he said that.
I will just stipulate that he said that and move on, Your Honor. Thank you. So you agree that developers want to maximize their profits, correct?
Yeah, in general, yes, that's a standard assumption.
And if a game developer or another app developer could convince enough users to execute their transactions on a web browser instead of an app on iOS, that could save the developer the cost of the 30% Apple commission, correct?
Yes.
And so developers are highly incentivized to try and do that if they think they can, correct?
Yes, that's fair.
And yet in your deposition, you were unable to identify a single game developer that was actively trying or had tried to encourage users to make purchases outside of the game, correct?
I don't recall the context, but it's not I've done studies on where developers can transact. I don't believe I've done anything about developers' intentions. I can only observe outcomes.
I did not ask about intentions, sir. I asked whether you were able to identify a single game developer that was actively trying or had tried to encourage people to go and transact outside of the app.
Right, and it's the trying part is the part I haven't done.
Sorry, trying is an observable issue, right? When a developer tries to encourage people to move somewhere, they're not trying in their heart. They're not praying. I mean trying by actually advertising, pushing people to do it, making the in-app purchase harder, giving a discount. You have not seen any of that, correct?
How did that make no? I didn't study that though.
So I want to speak very quickly about some of the substitution analysis that you presented today in court. The first one, you said you used a proxy about downloading what you called a companion app, correct?
Yes.
And you said that's a proxy for people buying a new console or starting to play more, correct?
Yeah, I think that's two of the scenarios. Either acquiring or intending to make greater use of that would motivate the download of the app.
And before selecting that proxy, you never did any research to validate the proxy as approximating the target population you were trying to identify, correct?
Yeah, we discussed this in my deposition. No, I used the logical connection.
You have not done any study, correct?
That's correct.
In your switch study, you testified today, and you also said so in your written testimony, that consumers that started playing Fortnite once it became available on Nintendo Switch shifted a substantial amount of time and money spent from iOS to Nintendo Switch, correct?
That's fair.
Now, you've identified roughly 150 million Fortnite users that at some point signed into their account on iOS, correct?
That's correct.
And of all of those Fortnite users on iOS, your Switch analysis focused on under 500,000 iOS Fortnite users who began playing on the Switch in June 2018, correct?
That's correct. I believe the number is 457,000.
And so even if we were to accept your analysis as showing some kind of switching, all it could show at most was that 0.3 or 0.4% of the iOS Fortnite user population moved some of its Fortnite time to the Nintendo Switch after Fortnite launch on the Switch, correct?
That's literally true. I believe it generalizes by the nature of the experiment.
Thank you, Professor. I want to talk briefly about the calculation of what you call the average Apple commission rate, which you say is declining, correct?
Depends on which one, but yes, I understand probably.
And to calculate this rate, you took the commission rate for each transaction and performed a simple average across transactions in fiscal year 2019, correct?
Which specific one are we talking about? And then I can be a bit sharper.
Regardless of the chart, what you've done to calculate the average commission is to do a simple commission and then assign a zero commission value to 3 transactions, correct?
That's consistently true, yes.
Okay. So I want to walk briefly about and see how that works in reality. And so if I can put on slide number 1. What we see here is we have two transactions. One is a $10 transaction at 30%, or Apple takes a cut of 3, right? You see that? Is that a yes? Yes. And the second transaction was at $0, and Apple collected 0, correct?
That's correct.
And you assigned to that a commission rate of 0%, correct?
That's also correct.
And then the total is that the developer has the total revenue is $10, Apple's commission is $10, yet you find a commission rate of 15% by averaging 30 and 0, correct?
The math is correct, yes.
Okay, let's move to the second slide. And so now I've added another transaction. This time, let's say it's a video transaction. So it's $20, that's 15%. Apple collects $3, correct? Okay. The math is correct?
Yes.
And that brings us to a total revenue of $20. Apple's commission is $3, and what we call the average commission rate is again $15, correct?
The math is correct, yes.
And so we have here one set of transactions with $10 to developers, 3 to Apple, and a 15% rate, and one 23 and 15% rate based on your calculations, correct?
I believe that's consistent with the slide.
Okay. So now I want to bring up figure 3 of your written direct testimony, and if Mr. Rob can help us with that. Thank you. You can enlarge it. And I want to talk a little bit about your testimony about availability of top iOS games by revenue and by download. And first of all, what we can see here is that the availability that you found for consoles is very low, correct?
It is what it is, 16 and 12%, depending on how you cut it.
Okay, 12% means there are 3 games that are available, correct?
Yes, in the top 25, yes.
And the other 22 games are not available, correct?
Yes, that follows.
And 16% is 4 games, correct?
That's also correct.
And the other 21 are unavailable, correct?
Yes, among the top 25, that's correct.
Among the top 25. And one game that appears in both those populations among the top 25 is Fortnite, correct?
Yes, that's one of them.
And so these percentages are now even lower because Fortnite is no longer available in mobile, correct?
I don't know what these percentages are. The market has changed over time, but when this data was done, this was correct. Fortnite's not there. There may be others in its place.
Now, by contrast, sorry, just one more thing. And then we go to availability on the iOS browser, the top 25 game apps by revenue. And that too is very low, correct?
On the revenue one, yes, well, very low, 12%.
12%. That's against 3 games out of 25, correct?
That's correct. The number of games that you can play in the browser is 12%. Okay.
By contrast, you say that for PCs, 72 and 88% respectively are available, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those numbers are pretty high, correct?
They're certainly higher and approaching 100%.
And that is the most meaningful statistic here because everyone understands that Android and iOS really are not overlapping populations, correct?
So I've seen that asserted. What this shows is that most game apps and most popular apps are available for both.
You don't know what's the overlap between iOS and Android?
So I do at any given time. You're unlikely to have both an iOS and an Android phone, but you may have devices from both ecosystems.
That's what I mean.
And they switch.
You don't have both at the same time, correct?
With phones, yes, but other devices would expand this.
Okay. Professor Hansen, who will testify here, and you relied on him, he found that 22% of iOS users have access to Android, when that includes in the definition of access with my friend's Android phone, correct?
I think that's right, yes. Okay.
And you say in your written direct testimony, that based on this statistic, the vast majority were also available on personal computers, i.e. developers developed the same game for their PC, correct?
I think that's right.
And so this statistic is intended to show the court that developers, when sitting down and thinking, as you said, about their options, they say, I want to launch on mobile and PC, typically, correct?
These are the choices they made. Some also launch on console. Some also provide a browser version, depending on it's the developer's choice.
I understand. But the bulk in this sample of top 25 downloads and revenue, you are suggesting have made the choice to launch on both mobile and PC, correct?
But the data are what they are. Different developers make different choices.
And 88% of the games that you found, for instance, you think the developer made the choice to launch on both, correct?
I think that's generally right.
Now, you provided backup materials that contain sourcing for your PC availability findings, correct?
That's correct.
And this sourcing was generally in the form of hyperlinks that are supposed to provide corroboration for each of your availability assertions, correct?
Yeah, I believe there's something like 450 of them.
Okay. I want to walk through some of those, if I may.
Sure.
And so, may I approach with some materials for the witness?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
While you're opening that up, it's going to be a little cumbersome, I'm afraid, but it is big, as you said. So I've given you what I represent to you is an excerpt from your backup, which corresponds with figure 3. And this backup was produced with your rebuttal reports and associated with, I think, your rebuttal report exhibit 19, if I remember correctly. And Mr. Rudd can maybe put it up on the screen as well. And we'll try and walk through it to try and understand what you're showing. So first of all, we have two tabs here. One is called data and one is called sources, right? On the screen, Professor Hicks. You're not going to see the tab name on the screen tab. Okay. And the first page that you have in what I handed to you is the data tab. Okay. And the last 3 pages are the sources tab. Okay. And in the data tab, we walk through it quickly. What we see, first of all, is ranked category, correct?
Yes.
And in rank category, we have essentially a number, which is the rank, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Then underscore and either DL or Rev, which stands for download or revenue, correct?
That's correct.
And then GILs, correct?
Yes.
And so, for instance, if I look at the first line, I see that I have a game that is number 23 downloads, and if I go then to row B, which is one to the right, I see that that app is called MAs with 3 exclamation marks, correct?
That's correct. I think the image on the screen is damaged, but yes, that's MAs with 3 exclamation points.
Okay. If you can fix that, I'd appreciate it. Oh, and thank you. So Ms. Forrest is correcting me, but actually, if you look at the very top of your sheet, you can see data and sources at the very top on the printout as well.
Yes.
And then go into row L, which is another one to the right, and you see devices for usage, and you say for download on desktop or laptop or through web browser, and it says yes or empty, correct?
Yes.
And the ones that have yes next to them, those are the ones that you have found out are on a PC or web browser, and then that goes into the calculation of the 72% or 88%, correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay. So with that, let's please move to the sources tab. And row A is again the app name, correct?
Yes.
And then row C, devices for usage, and we have a series of links, correct?
Yes.
And if I understand correctly, what we're going to see is that wherever we have a yes in column L, we are supposed to see some link here for an option to download or play on a web browser a specific game, correct?
Yes, you should.
That's the corroboration, correct?
As far as I understand, yes.
Now, not all this information is for backing up the PC claim, correct? Because if you look, for instance, at Amaze or Aquapark IO, you see that the first two lines are an address in the Apple App Store and in the Google Play Store, correct?
Yes, the ladies links are used to identify things.
And that's because you also gave a statistic for Android, for instance, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. So I want to go through a few of these lines. Let's start close to the top. And if you look at the data tab, you see on what's marked as row 21, you see an app called BitLife. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that in row L, BitLife you mark as yes, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you go to the sources tab for BitLife, and that's on row 14, you see that you only give a Google Store link, correct?
Yes, that's correct. On this document, yes.
And so this document does not provide corroboration that BitLife is available on PC, that's on Android, correct?
I'd have to look at the link to see if there's something else there. I do know that some of the links didn't make it into the backup at one point. I believe that was addressed.
Okay, this is the latest that we have of this backup, but we'll continue researching. Let's Google for a second. I'm going to ask Mr. Rudd to Google BitLife Life Simulator on the App Store. That is BitLife on the App Store. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it's by a developer called Candy Writer LLC?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, Mr. Rudd, and go to the developer's website, you see what has come up, Professor Hitt.
Yes.
And you see that that is Candy Writer, the publisher, saying find all our games in your favorite app store, the Apple App Store or Google Play, correct?
That's correct.
There's no link to a web browser and there's no link to a PC download, correct?
I don't see one here now.
So we started at the top. Let's jump towards the end of the list. And I want to go to something called word story, which is on row 84. So in the data tab, I'm in the data tab. You see word story, Professor Hayes.
Yes, I do.
And you see word story is marked with a yes for a web browser or PC.
Yes.
So now let's go to the sources. You're going to have to flip a few pages because that's the way W works. It's at the end. And let's start by following the official Apple Store link that's on there. That's the last one, I believe. And let's look at it on the App Store for a second. No, the App Store. And that is word story, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And you see that this is from a developer called 82 Trillion, right?
I think it's 89 trillion, but yes.
Okay, 89 trillion. You're correct, thank you. And let's try and go to the developer website here. That's 89 trillion, correct? And if you go to the Games tab, and scroll down, and let's try and find word story. Do you see it?
Yes.
And do you see that it says that it's get it on Google Play, download on the App Store, correct?
That's what's available on the developer's website, yes.
And the developer does not point to a PC, correct?
Not here, no.
And not to a web browser, correct?
Oh, that's right.
All right. Let's go back to the Sources tab. This one we gave a few more examples and a few more links. So let's try and exhaust this one. And let's go to the Microsoft.com store. And this is word story on the Microsoft store. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's by a developer called Super Free Hot Games. You see that?
Yes.
And it says available on PC, correct?
That's also correct.
And so that's not an example where the actual developer, 89 Trillion, released the game on both PC and iOS, correct?
I don't know the full background. It is available through the two mobile platforms and it's available for Microsoft. I don't know what the developer's role in.
So this is not the same developer and not the same game either. This is what's called a fake game that we see here, right?
It's on the Microsoft store. And my research team did look at these to see if they're comparable. But yes, it's not. It does not list the same developer.
Okay. and we go to the next address, which is lagged. You gave that one as well, right?
Yes.
And you see that this is on something called lagged, and they created a similar graphic, and it's not 89 trillion, and it says, or at least honest about it, based on the popular mobile game. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to jump now to the middle, since we've been to the beginning and the end. I'm going to try and do it a little more quickly. And let's go to a game called Helix Jump. And that's in row 60. And that's another game you say is available, correct? On PC? Let me see. Yes. Okay. So and let's look at Helix Jump on the App Store. And you see that this is from a developer called Voodoo.
Yes.
And if we go to voodoo.io, that's a developer website. You see it. We go to their Games tab. And here is Helix. You see it. Helix Jump, 500 million downloads, available on the App Store and Google Play, correct?
Yes.
And no mention of PC and no mention of browser, correct?
That's correct.
And while we're here, you see on the right all these people running. And there's something called Crowd City.
Yes.
And Crowd City is also on your list of games that are available on PC.
I'd have to look. I'll take your word for it.
Well, it's row 32 of your data tab. You see that?
Give me a minute.
It's on the screen now as well, I think.
Yes.
And if we go back to Voodoo, the developer, you see that Crowd City is offered by the developer only on the App Store. You see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And if Mr. Rod scrolls down the page, another game on your list is paper.io2. Do you see that on the right?
Yes.
That's over 250 million downloads.
Yes.
And all of them from the App Store and Google Play, correct?
Those are the two links that appear on the page.
And no mention of PC or web browser, correct?
Not here, no.
Let's next go to Happy Glass on the Apple App Store. That's also on your list, correct?
Again, I'd have to see it, but seems familiar.
And that's from a developer called Lion Studios. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Rod follows the developer's link. And goes into games. It scrolls down to Happy. You can also search for Happy, I'm guessing. You see Happy Glass?
Yes.
And you see the developer says that it's available and mentions only the App Store and the Google Play Store, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Rod, can you search for Bullet on the same page? Mr. Bullet, Professor Hicks, do you see it?
Yes.
And Mr. Bullock is on your list as something that's available on PC, correct?
I'd have to check to see if this is exactly the same game, but it seems to be yes.
Okay. And that too, no mention of PC and no mention of portability, correct?
Not on the developer side.
So before putting this list together and representing to the court that there is 72% or 88% available, have you done anything to check whether these things are actually available on PC from the same developer, such that it supports your statement that developers decide to distribute on both mobile and PC?
Yes.
Okay. But none of it is in your backup, and none of it is in what we saw on the developer website today, correct?
There were a few missing links. Some of these things are available from other sources. And my research team did look at those links. Yes.
That's what you believe?
That's my understanding.
Okay, sitting here today, can you tell the court under oath that color bump is available on PC? It's on your list. I'm telling you that my team has tried. We can't find it on PC. We have found it on the developer website with the same available on the App Store or the Google Play Store. Can you tell the court under oath that it's available on PC?
I would have to follow the links to be absolutely sure, but my understanding was my research team.
Yes or no question. Can you tell the court under oath that you've done the work to go and check and saw these things loaded on a PC from the same developer?
From the same developer, the developer names may be different.
Sir, I'm sorry, you put this testimony in and said this shows the developer distribute on both the same game on both web, on PC, and mobile. That needs to be the same developer, correct?
The
Point of your testimony.
The games are available on multiple platforms.
Sir, I asked you a question. The point of your testimony is to show that the same developer multi-homes and distributes on both PC and mobile. On both PC and mobile. Correct? That's what you said in your written testimony. I can read it to you. Okay. Developers develop the same game for the PC. That's what you testified, correct?
Maybe, yes.
None of the ones we saw, correct?
I'd have to look at the links. Some of them are available from other sources.
Sir, I just went through 10 links with you on 10 games. Can you tell the court under oath today that Run Race 3D, where the developer only mentions App Store and Google Store, is available for PC? You saw it with your own eyes.
My research team did the investigation for that and did looked at specifically the availability of the game.
Sir, this is your testimony, not your research team's. Can you give the court the assurance that your 72% is correct rather than about 25% that our team has been able to find?
So I disagree with that. There are a number of these games that are available through emulators.
Same question, sir, about Run Race 3D.
Okay. It's on the chart, yes.
And can you give the court sworn testimony that you have seen with your own eyes this game from the developer who made it for the App Store also being available on a PC or web browser? Yes or no question, sir?
So not from the same developer, no.
Same question for Toy Blast.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Okay. Let's put that to the, I want to switch gears a little bit, and I want to talk about figure 8 of your written direct testimony. is located at page 51. You see figure 8.
I see it on the screen.
That figure is titled Monetization and Portability of Fiscal Year 2019 Top Game Apps in the App Store, correct?
I'm going to sketch up. Yes.
And this one in the third row goes directly to the court's question about whether there are many apps that are available for somebody to go out of their app, go purchase something online, on a web browser, on their iPhone, and come back, correct?
I think that's right. They don't have to leave their iOS device to go to a web browser, but otherwise that's correct.
Yes, I said they have to leave the app, go to Safari on their iOS device, purchase, and come back, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I'm sorry if I misspoke. You assert in this paragraph that many game developers allow consumers to purchase digital content that will be used within iOS from alternative transaction platforms or through a website, and specifically highlights Safari on iOS, correct?
Yes.
And you say that 1/3 offers direct purchases of content through web browsers on the iOS device for content that can be accessed in an iOS app. That's what you said, correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So let's look at the numbers for a second here. And first, we see that for the top 25 by download, it's only 8%, correct?
That's right.
And that's 2 apps that are available, and the other 23, you can't do that, correct?
Yes, that follows.
And for the top 25 by revenue, you say that 32% make purchases available, correct?
That's also correct.
And I guess 32% is what you're referring to as a full 1/3?
Yes, there may be truncation in there.
Okay, so conveniently for us, the backup is the same backup. And if you go to row AA, or column AA, on the data tab, you see a few yeses there, correct? And this is under assigning portability, purchase digital content within web browsers, access through iOS app. You see that?
Yes.
And again, where we see a yes, that is something that goes into the calculation of the 8% and 32%, correct?
That's correct.
And it's fair to say that altogether, you have identified 8 games out of this total population of 45 games that you claim have this capability, correct?
Yes, that's consistent with 32%.
Okay, and that's because you have, okay, and the only ones that are available for the top downloads are essentially duplicates, right? Because those are Roblox, that is in the top 25 for both revenue and download, and PUBG Mobile, which is also available, correct? So we have 10 yeses, but it's for 8 games, correct? Where do you see that?
Yes, it's okay. There's a lot of data on here, but yes, I think that's correct.
Have you personally examined the possibility of going out to an iOS Safari, buying something, and going back into the app for each one of those?
Me personally, no. My research team did look into the availability of that option, though.
Okay. So you've not personally checked Big Fish Casino?
Me personally, no.
And not Candy Crush, and not Candy Crush Soda, and not Clash Royale, etc.?
I think that's right, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Ms. Hauserman, if she's here, to help me with this one and walk you through the process, the frictionless process that you described during your direct testimony. And let's maybe start with Candy Crush. Ms. Hauserman, can you Google Candy Crush? And you see you can install Candy Crush in the App Store. And then eventually we get to www.candy.com, Candy Crush Saga Online. You see that?
Yes, can the developer.
Okay. And if we click on it, it gives us the possibility to install, correct?
So it would seem.
And if I press install, what happens, Professor Heath?
It looks like it takes you back to the iOS store.
Exactly. So let's go back and scroll further down, and we see a bunch of options here. Apple App Store, Google Play, Amazon, Microsoft Store, Facebook, and playinking.com. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Let's try playinking.com, which sounds the most like a web browser experience, correct?
It could be.
Well, from the stores, I'm not going to get a web browser experience, correct?
Not from the iOS App Store.
And not from the Google Store, and not from the Microsoft Store, correct? They're going to sell me apps.
I don't know about Microsoft, but the other two, yes.
Okay. Let's try King.com. And what does it say, Professor Witt? You see what it says?
Yes, available on desktop.
Only available on desktop, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's go back and try on Facebook, maybe. And this version 2 is only available on desktop, correct?
That's what it says.
That's part of the frictionless process that you have envisioned, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. My understanding is you can transact through a web browser.
I understand. Do you want to tell Ms. Hauserman where she should go to do this?
I have to look through and go back and do it.
Is there not candycrush.com?
No, it's king.com. That is the developer, and we tried, and they didn't do it. Ms. Hauserman, just if you can do king.com again, so the court sees where we have tried, and that's the version that's only available on desktop, correct, Professor Hitt?
I'm sorry, give me 1 minute.
You recall and you see on the screen that when we try on king.com, it doesn't let us do it.
I see what you're showing. I'd have to look through the links in my backup.
Okay, I could try Candy Crush Soda, but let's try something from a different developer. Let's try Clash Royale. And again, we have a link to the App Store. That's at the top. All it is. Install now, Clash Royale, App Store, Doubts. They have a Wikipedia site. And eventually we get to clashroyale.com, and that's the developer website, correct? We enter the arena.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we can click on the top right-hand corner, that'll begin.
Yes.
And if we go to Parents Guide, you see that?
Yes.
And let's go to Privacy and Processing of Personal Data. You see under payment information, it says we do not store any credit card information related to in-game purchases if the payment transactions are completed through Apple's App Store or Google Play, depending on your device. Do you see that?
Yes, that's correct.
And yet you believe that your team managed to go into a website and buy legitimate Clash Royale money and go back to the app? That's your testimony?
I'd have to follow the links, but my researcher team identified the links that would enable you to do so. I'd have to go back and look to be sure.
All right. You understand, sir, that the typical user of Clash Royale doesn't have a research team, correct?
I would think so, yes.
And so part of the frictionless process, sir, they cannot go to a research team of 5 PhD economists and ask them to please find how to conduct this transaction, correct?
They wouldn't have a research team, that's correct. Correct.
Do you believe we'd get any different results if we tried Big Fish Casino?
Again, I'd have to follow the links that are highlighted in my report to see what the process is.
I'm telling you that our team, which includes quite a few lawyers, have not been able to do so for Big Fish Casino. Do you have any reason to disagree? Sir, do you have any reason to disagree?
I'm looking at the document you gave me.
It's not going to take so long in each one of these because I have questions about the other 5 as well. Professor Heath, I'm on a clock.
Okay, I'm looking at the document you provided me. There are a number of links in the monetization methods that I would have to go access to determine for sure.
Sitting here today, based on what you have seen, do you have any reason to disagree with our conclusion that this cannot be done for these other apps?
My reason to disagree is my research team did investigate this and has a number of links which I would follow and want to reinvestigate.
I think we've gone through quite a few of the links of your team by now, sir, haven't we?
You've gone through them. I haven't done it systematically.
Let me move on to a different topic and try and finish. You heard Professor Acey testify the other day that a developer would want to maintain a relationship with its customers and would therefore be incentivized to provide cross-work functionality, correct?
Yes.
And Professor Acey also testified that many developers can't do so because there are expenses associated with it, with developing and maintaining infrastructure necessary for such cross-work functionality, and it's difficult to get consumers to engage in this kind of relationship. Do you recall that?
Broadly, yes.
And you recall that Professor Athey said that because of that, the vast majority of developers are not going to do that, and only the very big ones would. Correct?
I believe she said that, yes.
And I can tell you that my team has found that this can be done for 3 apps. One of them is Fortnite, no longer an app, and the other 2 are Roblox and PUBG, 2 of the biggest games in the world, and no one else does it in your list. Do you have any basis to dispute that, sir?
Which list are you specifically referring to?
A list of 8 games that you say can do it. We found 3 that actually work. One of them is Fortnite. One of them is Roblox. One of them is PUBG. The others, you can't do it. As we just saw, one of them said, we're not going to do it. Do you have any reason to disagree, sitting here under oath, sir?
Yes, it's my understanding my research team did identify those things in the backup. I would have to go look at that to confirm.
That's your reason to disagree?
That's my reason, yes. I trust my research team has followed these things and has investigated this.
So do you still trust your research team, even that?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have no further questions for you.
Correct.
Sorry, Your Honor, I made a mess. It's going to take me 1 minute to clear out.
Maybe at the end of all this, we can get the economists to give us their best jokes about economists.
I'll just tell the left joke again. So yeah, that's the classic.
Your Honor, unfortunately, so it's one of those. We have 12 lawyer jokes. So
unfortunately, we're not. But okay, I've heard some good ones during some of these antitrust cases. You may proceed.
Antitrust lawyers known for their humor. Professor Hitt, why don't you start where you ended with Mr. Evans? Does anything you've seen change your analysis that the majority of game apps in the top 25 list are available for download, both on PC and iOS?
No, my research team followed up on a number of those and noted that some of them are available through emulators. The vast majority, I think even there's another calculation offered by plaintiffs that it's about 50% by their calculation, as I recall.
And does your team examine whether very similar or almost identical games were available on different platforms but published by different developers?
Yes, there's a number of examples of that, including some fairly prominent ones like PUBG.
And some of the games that were on Mr. Evans' list just now?
Yes, that's my understanding.
But that list, the big spreadsheet, those are the 25 that are in here. Right?
That's right. So my research team would have gone out, found the games, and looked at them to see if they believe they were comparable.
And why are sometimes very comparable, almost identical games published by different developers?
Sometimes they license out the technology to others to offer a same or similar game. And the experience can be very, very similar, but some developers choose to let others do that burden for them.
And has anything you've seen here today changed your view that developers have choices when deciding which platforms to make their games available on?
Yes, regardless, it indicates that these products can be made available on a number of different platforms in a variety of different ways, including through things like emulators and other technologies.
And Professor Hitt, Mr. Evans was showing some examples of friction associated with downloading games on different platforms. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And do you think what he illustrated demonstrates a realistic or portrays a realistic view of the switching costs between and frictions between transaction platforms?
I don't think it's broadly applicable. There may be certain circumstances where it's more difficult than others, but certainly we also have examples where it's very, very easy in the, for example, purchase of V-Bucks.
And did you yourself attempt to conduct any experiment purchasing V-Bucks through a mobile browser?
Yes, I own a lot of V-Bucks. I did try a couple of different ways to buy V-Bucks and found that you can do that within, depending on whether you're logged in or not, a minute or two.
Okay, thank you.
Have you tried for anything else? Because it looked pretty difficult given the examples you provided.
I personally didn't do these, but my research team did go through and look at a lot of these.
So do you have any logical explanation for why you couldn't get to it during the cross-examination?
So there were a number of other links in there, and I recall going through this in detail with my research team, who would show me, games that are either very similar, or they'd go through and find a way to do it. I'd have to go through the links that are in the backup in my report and investigate to see if any of those are, for example, no longer valid, or there's another site.
Could you personally? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr.
And you said you personally went through the links, many of the links with your research team to verify this?
We spent a fair amount of time going through the links and discussing things like games from multiple developers and such.
Professor Hitt, were there any new analysis in your written direct testimony?
Not that I recall. There were a couple of graphs and some things that could be calculated from numbers, but I think that was it.
But the underlying calculations, were they in your rebuttal or introductory reports produced to the EPIC?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Evans said that something to the effect of that Apple gets to charge 30% forever?
Yes.
Has Apple made changes in its 30% commission since the App Store was opened in 2008?
Yes, they've lowered commissions in a number of circumstances, the small developer program, the various subscription, the reduction for subscriptions, the reduction for video content. So they have lowered their commissions over time for certain kinds of content or certain kinds of developers.
Do you remember, Professor Hitt, being asked about your Fortnite substitution analysis?
Yes.
Can we get slide 28, please? And do you remember being asked about testimony in your deposition related to your conclusions on your Fortnite analysis?
Yes.
In starting your Fortnite substitution analysis, did you start with a 64.5% retention rate?
No, that was what I was attempting to clarify. As a theoretical matter, I'm not starting with that number. It turns out, though, that most of that spending stays on the platform. So it's as an empirical matter, it's true. But there's nothing that forced it to be true ex ante.
You were asked questions about growth in the market you studied. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And did you do an analysis of output in a but-for world that EPIC has described?
I'm not sure that the but-for world is described cleanly by EPIC, but I didn't do an alternative calculation in the but-for world because I don't think a clean version of that has been proposed.
You did not think it was necessary in this case? Did you think it was necessary in this case?
No.
So don't answer. The question is why.
Professor Hitt, why did you not perform a but-for growth rate analysis in this case?
Right. So for these two reasons. One is I think the available data will support a comparison against the market as a whole. I think that's a good and valid comparison. It is unclear what the specific but-for world is that is being articulated, so I didn't do it there. There are also a number of questions Mr. Evan asked me about why I didn't control for certain kinds of things. I think that's completely wrong. Moore's law is not magic. It happens because developers and hardware engineers and Intel and Apple and Samsung and many other hardware manufacturers do the engineering to make that happen. Same thing with the telcos, same thing with everybody who participates in the digital economy. Everybody's input is necessary to do so. Apple has invested enormous amounts to support their ecosystem, and as a result, we can benefit from the continued improvements of these things. So I do not think it's appropriate to remove that when thinking about how Apple chooses to monetize and operate a portion of the ecosystem that's fully integrated like iOS.
Were the iPhone improvements relevant to the analysis of competitive effects that you conducted in this case?
Yes, they are.
And in what way?
So in many cases, the way Apple will respond is through innovation to competitive effects. We have a number of documents indicating they identified, for example, some kind of innovation by a competitor and would then evaluate and think about doing something themselves. In addition, there is a very active competition in the smartphone devices themselves, and the continued innovation there is what makes it possible for certain kinds of technologies and games and products to be available and delivered through the iPhone. And so I think for at least those two reasons, it's important to consider that.
Can we have slide 6, please? Professor Hitt, did you use any benchmarks to gauge App Store growth?
Yes. I think this depicts one of them, is that, that there's this simple observation that the game transactions of the App Store is growing 6 times as fast as the market as a whole. That's pretty strong evidence of expanding output.
And did you see any evidence in your analysis that output would have been higher in a but-for world?
No. So, for example, there's also the analysis where you look at just the overall app transactions when supposedly market monopoly power was obtained. The other thing is keep in mind some of the numbers we're talking about here. We're talking about 1,200, 2,600%.
Slow down again.
So we're talking about very large growth numbers, and the argument would have to be that somehow that's not fast enough. That this dramatic change in these markets, in terms of the expansion and volume of app transactions, isn't enough. I don't find any evidence that to be the case. It's growing faster than the market as a whole. It's reasonable to conclude, at least there's no evidence that I've seen that would indicate it would be slower.
Did Dr. Evans conduct any empirical analysis on changes in output?
No.
And he didn't. Did he offer any analysis of what output would have been in the but-for world?
I don't believe so. No.
You asked some questions about hypothetical monopolist tests and SNP. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Professor Hitt, why didn't you conduct a SNP test?
Objection.
Overruled. You raise that.
So for 2 reasons. One, as Professor LaFontaine had indicated, there are other methods that are commonly used for defining market boundaries, and the one we use, which is substitution. And second, as Professor Schmalensky indicated, and is consistent with my understanding, in order to do those kinds of calculations in two-sided markets, even by the same methods that Dr. Evans has proposed, you need parameters and information that are just simply not available. And in particular, you need to consider two-sided market effects. It's not clear you can do that. That's extremely difficult. And none of that was proposed here.
Did Dr. Evans conduct a valid SNP in your opinion?
So I evaluated only a couple of the empirical inputs to his SNP, and I don't believe they're appropriate for the uses he put them. I believe Professor Schmalensee and Professor LaFontaine addressed that and reached that conclusion. And there's nothing I disagree with that.
You were asked some questions about the small business program. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the questions related to your characterization of that program as a price decrease. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That seems consistent, yes.
And what was the time period for the data set that you used to calculate Apple's average commission?
It ends at the end of 2019. Producing 60 billion transactions in a data set is kind of a challenging task, and so the data cuts off at the end of 2019.
So does your analysis take into account any change in the average commission as a result of the small business program?
No, we would not have seen it in our data.
Professor Hitt, you were asked about the Nintendo Switch substitution analysis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I think there was a question about the number of individuals implicated in your analysis. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was that number?
I believe the number is approximately 457,000.
And in your experience, is that a large population for a natural experiment?
Yes. So first of all, that's not all the Switch adopters later, but I chose to focus on that because that would provide the cleanest test of the event of the introduction of the Switch. So that was deliberately chosen. In that case, I was not trying to find all Switch users or do any calculations on it. I was trying to identify the population that would be most informative of the ability to, switch upon the introduction of the Switch. So that's why that was chosen the way it was. And 457,000 is a pretty big number.
Thank you, Professor Hitt. Pass the witness.
We cross-limited to the scope of redirect. I show 5 topics.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe you just explained to Ms. Richmond that we believe that there are similar or comparable games that are on PC. Is that those the words that you would mean?
Yes, that looks similar or comparable. Yes, that was my understanding that my research team.
I understand that. So this was a point, you remember that this is a two-sided market, correct?
Yes.
And this was a point about the developer side, correct?
I think it should, yes, it's about the developer side.
And you understand that if somebody is playing Fortnite on iOS and then goes out to play something called Fortnite that is really similar on a PC, that doesn't help Epic, correct?
I don't know if that's an actual example, but that would seem to be correct, yes.
So comparable games from a different developer, that's not something that moves or advances the ball for a developer who needs to pay the 30% to Apple, correct? They need their own game or their own store on PC in order to make this work, sir, correct?
I think for a particular developer, yes, but it does demonstrate the ability to offer these games in that format.
So we're not arguing here that they're on PC, correct? Nobody's arguing that.
That's correct.
You also mentioned emulators?
Yes.
An emulator is a piece of software that takes my PC and essentially turns it into an Android phone, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. It allows you to, for example, run Android APK files, I believe, on a PC.
Okay. Does Microsoft make an Android emulator?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Does Apple make an Android emulator?
Again, I don't know.
Citrix make an Android emulator?
I don't know.
Does Adobe make an Android emulator?
Again, I don't know. I didn't research this.
Does Google make an Android emulator for PCs?
Again, I don't know.
Do you know who does make emulators?
No, I'm aware they exist. I don't know who the developer is.
Okay. So you need a piece of open software from the web that takes hold of your computer, piece of middleware, that runs on top of your PC, and then you can access these games from the Google Play Store, correct? That's your testimony? That's the scenario you're thinking about availability on PC?
No.
I was just asking because I still remember the Apple's concern about the safety and security. So that would not be conducive to Apple being sending people to the web to download emulators from the open web, correct?
No, that's not what I was hypothesizing. These are, for example, you can find on the Microsoft Store download links to games that look like they're running emulators.
Okay. And by the way, when somebody is playing on an emulator, using an emulator, that means that the option that you are offering the developer is that the user will go out to a PC and download the game with an emulator from the Google Play Store, right?
No, that's inconsistent with what I just said.
That's what an emulator would be used for on a PC, right? To download games or other apps from the Google Play Store, right? These are Android apps.
Separating the two things. Yes, that's something you can do, and no, that's not what I was talking about.
That would not be a good substitution for a developer, correct? The developer is already available in the Google Play Store, right?
Yeah, that's not what I was hypothesizing, no.
Okay. You said you did not look in your switch analysis, you did not look to identify all switch users, correct?
I didn't use all switch users. They were not included for the reasons I gave.
Okay, but you did identify the big group of switch users on Fortnite who started the minute the game launched, correct?
Yes, in that month.
Have you looked generally how many switch users there are on Fortnite?
That data is available in my report. I haven't focused specifically on that in a while, but you can derive that from some of the charts I have.
Do you remember ballpark?
I can look it up.
Is it anywhere near 115 million, sir?
No.
Because the truth is that while a lot of people have iPhones, not many people have the switch, correct?
I wouldn't characterize as not many, certainly fewer. That's correct.
Right. By an order of magnitude fewer, correct?
I'd like to be precise to be more than that, but I think that's probably about right.
I'd like to bring up slide 6. And Ms. Richmond asked you a couple of questions about that. And you're saying that this is, the store is growing 6 times faster than U.S. consumer spending, right?
Yes, that's correct. It says what it says, which is the growth in the App Store over the comparable period is 6 times the figure reported here.
And that's because the world is moving to digital, correct?
Yes, we're a much more digital world.
Okay. And you've not compared this, for instance, to any of the metrics I asked you, correct? You've not done a similar comparison, for instance, for the sale of phone or for the speed of microprocessor or the growth of cellular technology or anything like that, correct?
I don't know if you did the sale of phones, but I have not attempted to control for that for the reasons I described.
I'm not asking now about control. I'm just asking when you put the comparison, what you put before the court is a comparison between spending on the brand new digital world versus spending in your local office depot. That's the comparison you're drawing, right? You're not comparing the App Store to something that's high-tech and growing.
So since you put this slide up, that's not the comparison being drawn here. I did mention the growth in GDP as a benchmark, as another benchmark, yes. But you can also use the game transactions market as another benchmark.
So this comparison is to what metric?
It's growth rate in digital game sales.
Okay, compared to?
That's the digital game sales and the games transaction market as a whole relative to digital game sales on the App Store.
Okay. That's a mature industry, correct?
I'm not sure that has any meaning. I mean, this is an evolving industry. And the entry of mobile, the entry of streaming, all have occurred.
Okay. I think I have no more questions. Thank you, Aaron.
Redirect limited to the scope of the recross. I show 3 topics.
Thank you, Anna. Just a couple of questions, Professor Hitt. Are many of the games that Mr. Evans mentioned that Mr. Evans mentioned were not available on PC actually available for PC on the Microsoft Store?
Yes, in many of the cases that I don't know title by title, but in many of the cases that fall into the categories identified by Mr. Evans, they were available from the Microsoft Store, and I think he showed one link that was.
Okay. And if a developer licenses a second developer to create a similar game on PCs, the first developer benefits from substitution. Is that correct?
Sure, gets their games on additional platforms, and that's a perfectly reasonable strategy.
Can you put up slide 6, please? I think this eventually came out, but just for the sake of clarity, are you comparing spending in a local Office Depot to the App Store in this slide?
No, this is digital transactions.
Digital transactions in what are the parameters of that?
Literally digital transactions in games. And there's a few different metrics of it, but this is the one identified that are specific digital transactions. It omits, for example, physical sales.
So this is digital game transactions, and what does the green arrow represent?
The green arrow is the increasing rate, that cumulative growth rate, total growth rate over that 9-year period is 448%.
And how does that compare to the growth rate in the of digital game transactions in the App Store?
It is 1/6. To the extent you can compare growth rates like that, it's the App Store is growing 6 times faster. The digital games market itself is growing 8.5 times faster than the economy as a whole.
And what does that tell you about the competitive effects of Apple's conduct?
There's nothing to suggest that they've engaged in anti-competitive conduct that has reduced output.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And recross on those topics.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
The ping-pong has stopped. All right. Professor Hitt, and you will excuse next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And a counsel from each side will come up and grab the binders.
Your Honor, while we're getting the next witness, I just wanted to, since Ms. Richmond had referred to certain case law relating to the issue of product market definition, I wanted to just similarly, if I could, while we're waiting for the witness to come in, suggest that the cases in paragraph 31
Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access code. To join the conference, At the tone, please speak your name. There are 83 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
On our Epic Games calls Dr. Uncle Craig. Okay. Now, I apologize, Your Honor, I just got a note about some ceiling issues, so I'd like to make some notes on my slides to make sure that I don't show anything I should know.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Is that good? My name is Michael Craig, and my last name is spelled C-R-A-G-G.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon.
Oh.
And as soon as Mr. Evan is settled, he will start his examination.
And I apologize for that, Your Honor. Thank you for bearing with me. Good afternoon, Dr. Craig.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Craig, did you submit written testimony in connection with this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then I take to, have they removed the binders maybe right after he's done? Did you get the binders, Mr. Moon? Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We need 4 or 5 players to compete with
Dr. Craig, is this a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes.
And does the testimony accurately summarize the opinions you reached in connection with this litigation?
Yes.
Did you hear or review the testimony of Apple's experts?
I have.
And did anything in their testimony cause you to change any of the opinions you expressed in this written portion of your testimony?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, Epic moves to submit into evidence, Dr. Craig's written testimony.
Okay, so provisionally admitted once you all let me know that all the scaling issues have been resolved. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Craig, if you can look at the screen or at the slides in your binder, whichever is more convenient for you. Number 1, is this a summary of your background and experience?
Yes, it is.
Can you please summarize your educational background?
I have a PhD in economics from Stanford and a master's degree in economics from the University of British Columbia and a bachelor's of engineering from Princeton.
When did you receive your PhD in economics?
In 1993.
And have you ever taught economics?
Yes.
Where did you teach?
I taught at Columbia and at UCLA.
And what is your current employment?
I'm currently a principal at the Brattle Group.
And what's the Brattle Group?
The Brattle Group is an international economic consulting firm.
And at a high level, can you describe for me your work at the Brattle Group?
Certainly. It's similar to what I was doing as an academic, where We do research on complex economic and financial topics for clients.
How long have you been a consultant on economics?
About 25 years.
And what is the focus area of your consulting work?
There are two areas that I focus on. One is in industrial organization, and the other is in corporate finance.
This time, Epic tenders Dr. Michael Craig is an expert in industrial organization and competition.
Any objection?
Dan Swanson, Your Honor, for Apple, no objection.
Please admit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Craig, what was your assignment in this case?
I was given a broad assignment to review the expert reports of what I call the Apple experts, the Apple economists, which include Professor LaFontaine, Professor Schmalensee, Professor Rubenfeld, and Professor Hitt.
And were you asked to focus on any specific areas within your analysis?
I did. There were two areas. One was on market definition, and the other was on market power.
And did you prepare a slide summarizing your opinions?
Yes.
Let's turn to that slide. And can you provide, without reading, just state what, at a high level, are your opinions in this case?
Sure. There are two opinions that relate to the topics that we just discussed. One is on market definition. I concluded that the Apple experts' market definition is both too broad and too narrow at the same time. And that second, related to the other aspect of my assignment, I concluded that Apple has significant market power.
So let's begin with your opinions regarding market definition. Is there a test that, in your view, the Apple experts could have performed to determine whether game app transactions on the App Store should be analyzed separately from non-game transactions?
Yes, the standard test is the hypothetical.
Welcome to AT&T's teleconference service. Please enter your access code, followed by the pound. To join the conference as the host, press star. Otherwise, press pound. At the tone, please speak your name. There are 83 participants on the call, including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press star pound. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
iOS transactions and transactions and other platforms.
Yes,
And were those data-driven?
those are data-driven. I use a variety of techniques to examine that question.
So did you prepare a slide summarizing those?
Yes.
So let's put up the slide and let's go through these one by one if we may. So let's begin with the first analysis, availability of game apps on each platform. Did you prepare summary slides with that analysis?
I did, yes.
Let's bring up the next slide. If we can focus on the top, please, Mr. Rudd. So what are you showing in this first slide?
In the first slide here, I have done research to identify the most popular games that are published, the lifetime of those games on each of the platforms that are posited by the Apple experts. And so the portion of the table that has been expanded here is specifically for mobile games.
Okay, and why did you...
You took the games from Mr. Hitt, Professor Hitt?
No, I developed my own research for this.
Okay, I thought you said, I misunderstood your testimony. Thank you for the clarification. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so, looking at this list of games, let's start by why are you highlighting Fortnite?
Well, Fortnite, as you can see on this fourth column, which shows the platforms on which the game is available, is in a unique position with respect to the other mobile games, in that it's also unique. Of other mobile games.
And what did you find with respect to the non-mobile or static platforms? And maybe if we can scroll down, Mr. Rudd. Thank you.
So for the static, I call these static platforms because you, for the most part, have to use their full functionality, you have to be in a location where you have internet connectivity as well as a power source. So obviously, the Switch is somewhat mobile, but it doesn't have that internet it doesn't have a cellular capacity. When you look platform by platform, one of the facts that is evident is that for these static platforms, you don't see that they also are publishing the, games on mobile devices.
Did you do, with respect to Switch, did you do an analysis for Switch, both mobile and static, or you just assumed static and never addressed the mobile issue?
I assume that the Switch would be either played on the screen that comes with the Switch, or that it would be played on a screen in the household, for instance. I didn't look at the difference between those two.
So you never did an analysis including Switch in the mobile context?
I did look at Switch to see whether it appears in that top 30, the list of top 30 games, and vice versa, do the mobile games appear on the list of games for Switch, and the crossover there is very limited.
All right, proceed.
Maybe let me try and clarify one thing, Dr. Craig. You know, are games for Switch different for the mobile or portable, I should say, really, gameplay modes versus the static play game mode, or is it just that the device changes and the game is the same?
My understanding is that the device stays the same. You can augment the equipment, the ancillaries that are with it, but the game functions in both a mobile and what I'm calling a static capacity. And the other aspect, which is different, is that the Switch is primarily looking to capitalize on Nintendo's catalog, where you have some very old, well-known, well-branded franchises like Mario Kart and so on. And it's looking to capitalize on that, and it doesn't, as a company, look to do so on mobile devices, for instance, or other platforms.
Okay, thank you. Based on this slide that we just looked at of most popular games and how many of these games are available where, what does this tell you about the availability and substitutability between these platforms?
So there are two conclusions that I draw from this. One is that for mobile games, we see that all games are published on both Android and iOS, and they're published, in my view, because that's the way a developer is going to access those different populations. And so there isn't a substitution between those games from the consumer's perspective. Rather, the developer has to go through these two channels to be able to reach each of these different populations. For the static games, the nature of those games is quite a bit different than on a mobile device. The static games are more complex. They take advantage of the fact that you have a bigger screen, you have different device, ways of interacting with the game, and as a result, those games provide a different experience, which is differentiated in a substantial way from the mobile devices. And so, from that perspective, a platform platform games do not act as a substitute for mobile games. They're just different experiences for the consumer.
Okay. Just a quick question. You mentioned that they're more complex. Have you done any research as part of your analysis in this case into the relative budget for making a mobile game versus a console game?
Yes.
And what is the difference between those?
They're very much like producing a movie. They're big budgets. For a console, it can be upwards of a couple $100 million to produce a game.
Where's that data?
That's in my written direct, Your Honor.
But I take it you have data.
Yes.
For that proposition.
Yes, I do.
And you got that from the manufacturers, the producers?
Not from the manufacturers or producers, but from press and the gaming industry has a variety of consulting companies and other research organizations that focus on providing information to game developers, and they provide advice for those who are thinking of doing a mobile game, developing a mobile game, and contrasting that with what goes into developing the phrase that the way they refer to static games are HD games, getting across that these are full-on absorbing entertainment experiences, and that's expensive to produce.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I'm not sure you finished your thought there, Dr. Craig. So you explained that console games are like big blockbuster movies, a couple of $100 million, I think you said.
Yes.
But I don't know that you finished the thought about the comparable comparative cost of mobile games.
Well, the comparative cost for mobile games is hundreds of thousands of dollars or less. The games that are being produced, for the most part, for mobile devices are simpler. They're played on a much simpler. The experience has to be limited because of the size of the screen, and second, the use of a mobile device tends to be at a time when you're not looking to be absorbed in that entertainment, but rather it's fleeting in experience.
Okay. So let's dive a little bit more into the data, and let's look at the next slide, which talks about usage, and I think you mentioned in your summary that you looked at both spending and playtime. And let's start with the first column because there's a lot of data on this slide. And what do we see in the first column?
Well, the first column, this is the Fortnite players. So this is taken from the Fortnite data set that was provided in Discovery. I've taken that data and segmented it into rows that correspond to the platform where Fortnite is being played.
And what do we see from the first column about average minutes per week that is relevant to your analysis?
Well, this is the statistic here shows that the average minutes per week that are played by someone on a mobile device is typically less than an hour, whereas those who are playing it on PlayStation 4 or an Xbox or the Switch are doing so in a much more absorbed way, where it's several times, 6, 7 hours of play on average for those who are playing Fortnite on consoles.
And what does this first column tell you about substitutability between these different platforms?
Well, it demonstrates that Fortnite is being played in different ways on these platforms, and therefore the platforms, from a consumer perspective, don't act as substitutes for each other because the gameplay is done in a different way.
All right. So let's now look at the second and third columns, which you put a headline there by primary platform, and you talk about players' thousands and average revenue. And can you explain what is it that you see there that's relevant to your analysis?
So the column labeled players just tells us how many players play iOS, so almost a couple million. And then the column that's titled average revenue is the amount that is spent on average on each of these devices.
And what can you tell us about the trends that we see that iOS is a lot of players but relatively small revenue versus some of the consoles?
Well, the lines which is what I was just saying is that console players are more engaged in their play with Fortnite, and they spend more. And so it corresponds to the idea that the play on these devices is being done in a way that doesn't support there being substitutes for each other.
Okay. So we're going to get our 2-minute warning, so let's try and do columns 4 and 5. 3 minutes? Thank you, Anna. All right, so we can leisurely do columns 4 and 5. Dr. Craig, what do you show there about multi-platform users?
So this last group is a different set of players. I'm looking at players that use multiple platforms to play. And what we see in the fourth column, which corresponds to the number of weeks that the platform was not used, is that there's a substantial difference between the PlayStation and Xbox consoles, for instance, and iOS. So for iOS, 4 out of 5 weeks, the platform wasn't played. And only one, the last column here, the 10% corresponds to 1 out of 10 weeks, it was the most played platform. And so for these multi-platform players, they're not really playing on iOS in the same way, by a long shot, as those who play on a console.
And what was the time period? A year, or what were you doing? Percentage of weeks?
This would be the from the time that I observed them going from playing on a single device to playing on multiple devices.
The time period.
It's the time period looking forward from that trigger.
What was the time period?
Oh, it's from the start of Fortnite through to the beginning of last year.
So to January of 2020?
Yes.
So by my watch, we now have 10 seconds, Your Honor, and I'm moving to a new slide, so maybe this is a good time to break.
All right, good enough. All right, we will stand in recess for 40 minutes. We'll be back on the record at 1:15. Thank you.
Wide open, hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's in. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole scoop. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do. Still tell all your friends what we used to do. Yeah, I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's in. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole scoop. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sipping something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do. You work hard, you need a vacation. I take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. Pour up for a good time. Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you, just like we used to do.
I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Those are the things I've made, and then I went and caved, and I'm a mess right now. My heart is in two places, half is back at home. The other's off and racing. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I lost myself that night, I threw it all away. Recall my mother's words, but it was far too late. I feel the burden now, it's weighing down my soul, and I can't catch my breath, cause these demons follow. I've been running and running and running and running away. I know they'll catch me running and running and running two opposite ways. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. Swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. You'll always hold me. I swear I've changed, but you don't care that I'm not the same. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down. I can't let my past catch me now, me now. I can't let my past drag me down, me down.
I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up the pace.
And I don't know why I've been so down. Can you come right now before I go insane? But baby, don't lie to me. Baby, I could give you everything. Baby, you know I am the one for you. Yeah, do you remember the first time you fell in love?
face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up. I told you, get out of my face. I just need space, no more time to embrace. Beat me to the finish line, it's feeling like a race. Yeah, I'm moving fast, so you pick up the pace.
And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love, cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. You was fucking with my head, now I'm crying in the Benz. I'll be better off alone, cause I push away my friends. Every time I get a bag, I just blow it on the chems. Cause the gas ain't free, yeah, I still gotta spend. You say you killed for me, now I know it's just a lie. You gon' fuck up on my whip, cause you not no ride or die. I need some real homies, niggas that gon' keep me on my grind. It's hard for me to open up, fuck, I really don't know why. And the drugs not need, but it keeps me on my shit. Got the ADHD, put an Addy in my lip. Shawty wanna link with us, send the Addy in the zip. And she curved me in the fall, but she see him on my shit. I don't fall in love, cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love, cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck.
Stressed all the time, I've been making my worst mistakes of my life. Still been searching for purpose. I don't know why all this pain finally surfaced. Stressed out my mind, made mistakes, but I'm learning. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me? Feels like all these songs we're making just ain't songs to me. Just a way to ventilate the demons calling me. Just a way to keep me safe so they won't bother me. And I'm sorry I don't answer when you call me. I know you've been worried. Really nothing against you, just the way that I am. All the pain that I've been dealing with is gone in my head. No, pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. Screaming all these melodies inside of my head. I hope I hear them when I'm fading, racing thoughts in my bed. I'll make you proud, I won't quit now. When there's nowhere to run, I'll stand my ground. No, I've been down one too many times, but I'll fight till I can find the light. I've been there, done all that before. Don't care what's one more war. I'll be here if you need me, I swear. I drag you down, but I know you still care. And if you hear me, I'm so sorry. I'll be better in the morning. Pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful that I never let go. And I've been making all of the worst mistakes of my life. Mistakes of my life. Try so hard to keep it together. I'm running for cover, but that don't suffice. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Pain goes on and on. I'm thankful, I'm so fucking grateful.
have to accept you made this?
Some lemonade, I'm so hurt every day, I'm so swallowing through the pain, and I keep myself as small as zero time for the face. If you comment on my friends and get a fire on my face, and you're not even mine, but still the one I serenade. I've been way too fucking blurry, I got hit by Novocaine, cherry right on my shirt, I took a shot to the face, but I always keep it moving, so just get out of my way, get out my way, I'm in a bad mood, I still fight this, walk away if I have to, I fucking miss school, hide away in the bathroom like this, fuck you, just two girls and tattoo, like I told you, yeah, I always keep it moving, and I love to hear you talk, oh yeah, your voice is kinda soothing, if you want smoke, baby, yeah, you know I keep it too thick, I'm always been like some Gucci, cut his tongue out, cause I'm Luther, if you need anything, hit me, yeah, you know right where my room is, I don't fuck around with fake friends, cut them off like Freddy Krueger for your ex-boyfriend, if I see him leaving too cause showing we can train the dragon until we ride on my scooter, yeah, life gives you lemon, J, make some lemonade, I'm so hurt every day, and I'm so swallowing through the pain, and I keep myself as small as zero time for the face, if you comment on my friends and get a fire on my face, and you're not even mine, but still the one I serenade, I've been way too fucking blurry, I got hit by Novocaine, cherry right on my shirt, I took a shot to the face, but I always keep it moving, so just get out of my way, yeah.
I just wanna wake up and feel weightless. Most of the time I hate this. Post up all the time with a fake grin, and inside it's raining. I can't seem to find a raise. Peek through the dark, see better days. I know it's coming, just don't know when. Wondering when I'll laugh again and really fucking mean it. Straight to the depths, I fucking seen it. Hell and back, that's where I've been. I tell them that with a pad and pen. These days I stay low. Tell me where's my raincoat. Gotta face the day like usual. These demons, yeah, I'm used to them. Won't let them get used to me. Wish I was how I used to be. So carefree, so optimistic. Never took a moment to stop and listen. I wish for time back. I really gotta stop that, cause living in the past is so exhausting. I'm getting older, it's never stopping. Yeah, break down, crawl into bed, face down. Is it all in my head? Am I safe now? Does anybody else relate? Wow, so many that are just like me, but still I feel so alone at sea. The waves rush in, I'm caving in. I just wanna fucking breathe.
Can anybody out there hear me? Is anybody out there near me? I don't wanna wake up scared. I've been running from this endless night.
I just wanna wake up with a calm soul. Wish I could overcome my obstacles. Always feel right through the coals. Wish the world could find a common goal, but I work through the night and I see that most people don't like the feedback. Most people don't really care, and most people aren't really there. So the darkness is my solace, and the studio is my office. Tried to help out all my friends, but had to learn that some just don't want it. So I try to move on, keep it going, always write new songs. Take a break and then come back strong. Only path that I've known too long, yeah.
Can anybody out there hear me? Is anybody out there near me? I don't wanna wake up scared. I've been running from this endless nightmare. Can anybody out there hear me? Is anybody out there near me? I don't wanna wake up scared. I've been running from this endless nightmare.
BDV got it.
They go by the shoot y'all.
Can you test the mic? Can you hear that? Okay.
I might down the Henny and the Kratom. If my apps gon' step up, they get itemized. You asked me about my friends, I never had them.
by surprise, I looked into her eyes. Money bag, money bag, money bag. Motherfucker know that I've been chasing the check. If you run it up, run it up, run it up. You get caught by surprise by the way that I flex. I've been telling them that I'm gon' blow up. You niggas, you knew this. You all act dumb, you all look clueless. Dirty like a dog, my homeboy Rufus. Money bag, money bag, money bag. Motherfucker know that I've been chasing the check. If you run it up, run it up, run it up. You get caught by surprise by the way that I flex. I've been telling them that I'm gon' blow up. You niggas, you knew this. You all act dumb, you all look clueless. Dirty like a dog, my homeboy.
All the times that I told you I love you, I guess that ain't mean shit to you. And I'm starting to think that you not even listening. What the fuck did I say to you? I wish I would have fire across the whole road. Yeah, just to give my love to you. But you acting rebellious, you won't take anything that I try to get to you. All the times that I told you I love you, I guess that ain't mean shit to you. And I'm starting to think that you not even listening. What the fuck did I say to you? I wish I would have fire across the whole road. Yeah, just to give my love to you. But you acting rebellious, you won't take anything that I try to get to you. Yeah, you won't turn your back on me, I'll never turn my back on you. Hey, I'll travel the road, yeah, it's to give my love to you. But you don't know what I do, you don't know what I do. Bitch, I'm done loving you, it's this what you do. And I'm far from a fool, but that's not stopping you. I got nothing to prove, I got nothing to lose. I'ma let you go and do whatever you like. I got nothing to lose, that's just my life. I got nothing to lose, I got nothing to choose. You was nothing to me, I was nothing to you. And my heart, it was fragile, it's nothing to move. A heart share happiness, none I can do. All the times that I told you I love you, I guess that ain't mean shit to you. And I'm starting to think that you not even listening. What the fuck did I say to you? I wish I would have fire across the whole road. Yeah, just to give my love to you. But you acting rebellious, you won't take anything that I try to get to you. All the times that I told you I love you, I guess that ain't mean shit to you. And I'm starting to think that you not even listening. What the fuck did I say to you? I wish I would have fire across the whole road. Yeah, just to give my love to you. But you acting rebellious, you won't take anything that I try to get to you.
Baby, oh no, you burn my heart, you burn me slow. Took my oath, where we go, you jumped out the window. But not alright, in my head I'm always down, but I'll be fine. Oh my God, don't bring me down. But in my thoughts you run around, and in my city I'm bumping out. Feeling so litty, not coming down. But baby, already I know you down. Baby, already I hate you now. You ain't that tight to bring around. And mama don't like the hoes around. So baby, what's up? And I got problems. Serve 'em with the bottle. Can't let go of throttle. Let's go fast. And I got problems. Serve 'em with the bottle. Can't let go of throttle. Let's go fast. Baby, oh no. You burn my heart, you burn me slow. Took my oath, where we go, you jumped out the window. But not alright, in my head I'm always down, but I'll be fine. Oh my God, don't bring me down. But in my thoughts you run around, and in my city I'm bumping out. Feeling so litty, not coming down. But baby, already I know you're down.
rotation, sick of this rotation. Dropping my location, never gotta go chasing. Just keep your pace. Love you like you love me. You wonder if it was something. Same way I whisper sweet nothings. I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. See so much hope I can't. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. See so much hope I can't. Promise me you won't go. For you, I think that I'm falling into love, and I know you're the one. Feel like you love me. You wonder if it was something. Same way I whisper sweet nothings. I will be there, won't you trust me? Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. See so much hope I can't. Me and you one in the same. You've been through love, I feel pain. Wish I wasn't so damn annoyed. See so much hope I can't.
I got too much on my mind right now. Too much going down right now. Will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now. Kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, on mine. I'ma just do me, live my life. I've been losing reason in this face. My mind has got me losing my own race. If I moved, then would I get away? I can't help but thinking of your face. My head's been turning navy, I've been going crazy. I just need to get off this ride for a while. I've been going lately, spaced out, just fading. I think I need to go through each day at a time. I gotta keep track on my focus. Lot of people thinking they can own it. Girl, that's why you left, I saw your motives. Left me feeling dead, but hey, I chose this. Now I drink too much, need new doses. I will miss you, hope you get your roses. I'll keep writing down what my soul says, and try and let go of the old days. I got too much on my mind right now. Too much going down right now. Will I wake up before I hit the ground? How do I escape my troubled mind? Need to slow it down right now. Kick it with some slate, just cool it down. I believe in me, myself, on mine. I'ma just do me, live my life. How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice? How would you notice if I just let go? How would you notice?
should I say I know love? Be a better man, I know I could, I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up, hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say yeah. I've been working on myself lately, self-made and I felt crazy. Cause girl, I really wanna treat you right. And with this crazy life, I'm needing help, baby. And I've never thought about us giving up. Cause you are mine and now this is us. Feel I never seem to give enough, but I'm working hard to be rich as fuck. And I'm distracted browsing my phone. You hate the feels when you alone. I'm here but gone in my zone. You say you feel I'm outgrown. I hate the fact I never kept my promise to stay the same no matter what I profit. You say you miss a man you fell in love with, and it hurts to know you think I'm changing constant. I'm sorry, know this year has been up and down. I'm blessed that baby you love me. My emotions have shut down. She asking what the fuck are we? I hurt you bad, coming home fighting worse than last. Ignore her feelings, then I turn my back, crying on the floor. She tells me I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say that I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say yeah. Friends saying just leave me. Both know it ain't easy. Cause every time we had ups and downs, we worked it down. You believe me? I know I need to stop saying sorry, start changing how I'm gonna act. Yeah, going back to my old ways ain't gonna keep us intact. Now why you gotta pack, girl? I really mean it. Sick of the fast life, wanna take the scenic. Say you won't believe me till I prove it. You can see it here. You call me the meanest, but I leave the cut untreated. No, it's only me to blame. I've been caught up with the change. I've been caught up with the game. Guess I really missed out trying to be rich now. That ain't really shit for a girl that would stay. Yeah, baby, just wait. Know you upset, you don't trust that. I ain't gonna just break. When you undress, you just suspect. I don't think that we make love. Babe, I swear it. Work on us and no one never perish. Once I make it, then we'll fly to Paris. And I'll never hear you say, I don't think you know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say that I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say yeah, yeah.
You don't know love. You don't know love. You don't know love. Show me that you know love, baby. Show me that you know love. Yeah, yeah.
She tells me I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say that I don't know love. You don't really treat me like you should. I say I know love. Be a better man, I know I could. I'm trying to grow up. Sorry for the hold up. Hate when you don't show up. Girl, it really hurts me when you say yeah.
Pour up for a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
Still tired like your friends, what we used to do. Yeah. I say the feeling's mutual. Distance between us dissolves when I fly over. Pull up, shotgun, sitting wide open. Hop in, tell me how your life been. Used to talk every day till the night's end. Been a year now, I'ma need the whole school. You thriving, update me on them goals too. Yeah, I could listen to you forever. Filling up a few of them strong, never let them take us anywhere they plan to. Don't jump the gun, but when we sippin' something, you already know what's up. Lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. We both familiar on what the future holds. Bottoms up for the time that we wasted. Later we got reacquainted.
For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
You work hard, you need a vacation. I
I take your lifestyle, rearrange it. Put you on a plane with a destination, a white sand. All this funded off a mic stand. My right hand, I'm catering to your life. From the room, see the waves to the shoreline. Skin tan, you blended with the locals. Burn bread on you, something we could toast to. I'll promote you, show you to the universe. Got a couple on reserve, but you was first. Yeah, always have, always will be. You're the only one who gotta know the real me. So lean back, I'll take you where we used to go. From the clouds, you can view the coast. I feel the same for you. I don't even gotta say shit. Later we got reacquainted. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do. Usually I put it down and withdraw. You always getting a round of applause. Standing ovation, give me an encore. Yeah, I need an encore. Tell me that you coming home with me. Love it when you fitting close to me. Who's showing you how it's supposed to be? I know you know it's me. For a good time, Corona, get that good vibe. Drinking till the sunrise, just like we used to do. Mexico, let's go there. Yeah, sex is slow, I don't care. Where we go as long as I'm there with you. Just like we used to do.
Fall in love cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you ride or die, yeah. So what happened to us? I just kept on getting hurt, so I stopped giving a fuck. I don't fall in love cause I end up getting fucked. And the scars too deep, so I ran all out of trust. And you say you
1, 2, 3. Losing my voice. You probably should check. I know I had trouble hearing him before. I don't know if you...
Oh, did you have trouble hearing me?
No, now it's good.
All right. Pardon me? How's this?
As long as you know my name, I was there. I'm just thinking I'm not right. Right, and maybe without the mask.
We are back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. Mr. Craig is on the stand. Ms. Forrest is standing, so as opposed to Mr. Evans. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Dorn and I conferred during the lunch break, and he has, subject to the court's decision on this graciously agreed that from the Apple perspective, they would not be opposed if we were able to break after Mr. Craig is off the stand, which we don't expect to be before 2:45, between the Mr. Evans' examination and the examination of Apple, to allow us to prepare for the next witness, which will be Dr. Evans. We're scrambling to get the right people in place and the materials gathered. It has gone faster because of the events Your Honor is aware of, and that we were hoping that that time would not count against us. And that is really the nature of the agreement that Apple had consented to, if Your Honor is amenable.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, given the extraordinary circumstance, I'm assuming we'll deal with that later. I am agreeable. It does. We do have court issues, and so that I am very cognizant about trying to get you all done during the allotted time. So towards the end of this trial, we will have a jury in the building. We'll be down court reporters, so it is important that we try to stick with the schedule that I've laid out.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Evans, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Craig, we were talking about your deep dive into the data about usage and spending, and I think we're just about done with that. So why don't we move on to the next analysis and look, and that's slide 6. You can put that up, please. And what does this chart show us, Dr. Craig?
Well, slide 6 is another way to look at a summary of how users play Fortnite. And so what I've looked at is for each month, how many users use one platform or two platforms or more. And then I have graphed that information.
So what are the big blue mountains that we see towering over this slide?
Well, these are users who play on a single platform. And so if you contrast the navy line there with the teal one, which corresponds to Fortnite users who play on two platforms, you can see that there's an 8-fold or more difference in those populations.
And what, if anything, were you able to conclude from this analysis regarding player multi-homing?
Well, from a multi-homing perspective, on a month-by-month basis, players don't really do that. It's people play on a single platform for the most part.
And what does that show you about people's willingness to substitute?
Well, the hypothesis of the Apple experts is that multi-platform play, doing transactions across platforms, is a way of creating a disciplining force for the Apple App Store. And from a practical perspective, that's just not happening in this marketplace.
And this is obviously Playtime, as you explained. How can you reduce where people transact from where people play?
Well, to play, you sign on to a device. So you log into Fortnite. And so what we're seeing in this graph is that the vast majority of people sign into Fortnite on a single device each month. And so that says that they're not transacting across platforms, the majority of people, but rather they're if they're going to transact, it's going to be on the platform that they're on.
So doesn't that also suggest that if you're a single, in terms of substitution, that a Fortnite user, from a consumer's perspective, the consumer would use the same platform for some other game if they wanted a game.
Yes, that would, depending on whether they own more than one platform, that would be true.
Okay. Keep going, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's talk about the regression model that you discussed in your summary slide. And maybe as a first step, can you explain at a high level what a regression model does?
Well, a regression model is the workhorse of economic research, and it looks at the relationship between two variables holding constant the effects of other things. And so as an example, for instance, from earlier today, Professor Hitt had spoken about in looking at the switch, there's a need to, if you can, hold constant the release date, for instance, of new updates. And so a regression framework, which I've used, allows for controlling that for those types of events.
Okay, so what did you look at in your first regression?
So I was interested in what is the impact of starting to play on an alternative device on how somebody experienced Fortnite overall. So the first regression examines that question of introduce another platform, what happens to total playtime.
Okay, so let's turn to the next slide. And let's take this one by one. So first of all, we see original platform at the top and user adds a second platform on the left. What does that mean?
So across the top, if you let's take the top left entry here. If your original platform was a mobile device, the rows correspond to people who started playing on a second mobile device or started playing on a Switch or a home console or a PC. So that's how the analysis is focused.
Okay, and so let's try and see if we understand what are the plus marks, for instance, when you start with a original platform mobile device, and I see 4 pluses below it when the second device is either mobile, Switch, home, or console. What do these pluses convey?
So this is a summary of a bunch of coefficient estimates, which have the estimate and the standard deviation. So that's kind of what the output looks like. I then consolidated that and used the plus sign to indicate when there was a statistically significant increase in total play on both the original platform as well as the second platform. So that's what the plus indicates is an increase in total play when you start using a second device.
If you go from your first device to the second device and substitute play from one to the other, what would you expect to see in terms of playtime?
You'd expect that playtime would, stay roughly the same.
And what are we seeing here when the original platform was mobile device and then whatever other platform was added?
So for mobile devices, for every single platform type that was used as a new place of play, we see an increase in total play.
And what happened when the mobile device was the second platform? So if somebody played on something else and then added a mobile device.
And so conversely, the same pattern holds, that if you were playing on a Switch, for instance, and you started playing on a mobile device as well, your total playtime increased.
And so that play would be incremental?
It's incremental, exactly.
Okay. What are the double dashes that we see here, for instance, from one home console to another?
Yeah, the double dash indicates that there was no statistically significant change in play. So there isn't a meaningful change from introducing a second platform.
Okay, and would that be consistent with substitution between the two platforms?
It is. So when you, for instance, introduce a home console, what we see when someone starts playing on a second home console, which is a very similar type of experience in contrast to a mobile device, we don't see the same increase in total play that we did with a mobile device.
Okay. What did you do next in terms of your regression analysis?
Well, I was curious about the claim of the Apple experts, and I looked directly at testing whether there was this substitution effect. And this is a particularly important case to look at, because if there are any games where that hypothesis would have held true, it would have been in the case of Fortnite. It's one of these unique platforms where there's this possibility of switching between platforms of the type that the Apple experts posited for why they should be in the same market. If it's not true for this particular case study, which is the best case study that, if would be, the most likely place you find this substitution, if it doesn't hold true for this, it's unlikely to hold true for the other games where the same type of play opportunity doesn't exist.
Okay. And specifically, what did you look at in terms of your second regression?
So the second regression is very similar in structure, except that I looked at what happened to total play on the original platform when you introduce a second platform. And so this is analogous to kind of the closest thing that we're going to get to the type of price change that Professor Schmalensky discussed the other day.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide and look at the results of that particular regression. And let's first of all make sure we understand the presentation. And so here, for instance, I see that we have the same original device and second platform, original platform, second platform structure as in the part one, correct?
Yes.
And then in mobile device, for instance, I see that you say, okay, for mobile device, and I add another mobile device, it says C. What does C stand for?
So C is shorthand for complementary. Complementary in the sense that when you start playing on a second mobile device, your play on the original mobile device actually goes up. And so there's a feedback between the two where you've enhanced the experience on the original device. So it's not, you don't substitute away to playing on a new mobile device. Instead, you play on both of them more vigorously. So if you, for instance, add an iPad to somebody who's on iOS, they engage in both on a more vigorous basis.
Okay, so I see the C for mobile. The first one is mobile device, and I add another mobile device, and that's along the lines of what you described. I also see it from mobile device to PC, but then in the middle I see from mobile device to switch or to home console, and I see the double dashes. What is that?
So the double dash indicates that there is not a significant decline in play on the mobile device when you introduce a switch. So they're not substituting for each other in the way that could have been in the way that's posited by the Apple experts.
I see. And so for this one, essentially, if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is if I started on the mobile device and then I added the switch will be incremental, but I keep playing on the mobile device just as I had before?
Exactly.
Okay. And then I also see some S's between switch and home console, for instance. What does the S stand for?
Well, the S stands for a substitution effect, where the play on the original device goes down. So for the static devices, switch, home console, and PC, when you introduce a different static device in a gaming console, for each of those original platforms, we see a decline in their play.
Okay. And what does all this tell you, based on this regression, about substitutability between these platforms?
Well, I think the most important piece is that other platforms don't act as a substitute for iOS on Fortnite.
So let's switch gears from your own data-driven analysis into some of the things that you've done specifically to address some of the experts on the upper side work. And let's start with Professor Heath's Counsel app analysis. Did you hear some of Professor Heath's testimony at least this morning?
I did, yes.
And at a very high level, do you recall that Professor Heath testified that he used some proxy to measure the changes between two groups in consumption of iOS games?
I did, yes.
And I know in your written direct you have some reference also or thoughts about the proxy itself, but I want to focus today on his actual results. In your view, do his results show the substitution that he posed?
No.
And why not?
Well, he focuses on the growth rate, which for a study of consumption is not the typical way that an economist would look. Instead, they're interested in how do the levels actually change in the way that, for instance, I had done in the regression analysis earlier.
And can you explain why growth rates might lead to different results?
Well, it depends, or can depend on the starting point. So, if it's both populations start at the same level, it's looking at the growth rate would be a direct measure that correlates with the change in levels. But if the starting point is different and significantly different, you could draw a false inference.
Can you give me a very simplified numerical example of why you would draw the wrong inference?
Yeah, so let's consider a simple example that each population's consumption went up $1 from over the time period of interest here.
So before you do that, your consumption is plain time, not dollars.
No, now I'm looking at dollars. So we've left the Fortnite data, and we're now looking at the Apple iOS transaction data that Professor Hitt looked at.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, you can start repeating.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You were, I think, trying to explain an example, a simplified numerical example of why looking at growth rate might give someone the wrong impression about what actually happened with the underlying numbers.
Right. So imagine the year-over-year change for Professor Hitt's populations were $1. So they're the same for the download group as well as the non-download group. So you say there's no change, no difference across the two populations. But suppose the group that didn't download started originally in 2017 at $1, and the other group started at $10. So the console players were already spending more. In that case, the dollar over dollar change, 100% increase, would be what you'd observe for the non-treatment group, and then the treatment group, which downloaded the console app, you'd have a $1 on $10 increase, and so it'd only be a 10% increase. So 100% increase for the non-download group, a 10% increase for the download group. That's where you end up having the wrong inference because, in fact, they both have the same change in year-over-year consumption.
Okay. And did you represent the data that was used by Professor Hicks to see whether the focus on growth rate caused some misperception here?
Yes, I did.
And so if you open your binder, this is one that I believe we cannot put up on the screen, subject to a motion to seal. But at a high level, without speaking to the specific numbers,
which slide?
This is slide 9. Okay. And so slide 9, I believe, is Professor Hicks' growth rate, correct?
Yes.
And he reports 24% for one group, the blue group, and 19% for the other group.
That's right. The group that downloaded the app, he used that as a decline in their consumption.
Okay. And now, without mentioning the dollar numbers, because I believe those are subject to that sealing motion, if you turn to slide 10, what happens if you look at the actual dollar numbers?
So the actual dollar number shows that the group that did download the app actually bought more in 2019 than the group that didn't. So it's not the $1 example that I gave earlier. It's $1 and a larger amount for the group that downloaded the app. So it reverses the conclusion that Professor Hicks would make from this analysis.
Okay. And have you drilled down to look at the actual numbers of change?
Yes.
If we look at the next slide, and again, don't speak to the actual numbers, but is what you see this difference in starting point that you described?
Exactly. That's the cause of the incorrect inference that Professor Hicks makes, that the control group, just like in my example, was spending less in 2017 than the Counsel download group was in 2017. So the Counsel group was spending more, and then in 2019, after the treatment effect, they spent even more relative to the control group.
And just to make sure we understand, when we say the Counsel group, that is the group that Professor Hicks, assuming his proxy worked, identified as people who started playing more on the Counsel?
Yes, the hypothesis is that by downloading the app in 2018, he can infer that that group also was playing games on iOS.
Okay. And you said that group actually spent more than the group who didn't, correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's turn to Professor Hicks' Nintendo Switch substitution analysis. And here, if we bring up slide 12, and that is the slide that we looked at this morning, and you weren't here, I believe, Dr. Craig, but you've seen the slide before, correct?
I have, yes.
And what is Professor Hicks describing in this slide?
Well, we're going back from the Apple data to the Fortnite data, so the data that we had examined before, and we're looking at a subset of that data. So the subset is the set of people who played on Fortnite in June of 2018. And that's the month that the Switch was released.
And what is claim with respect to this data?
Well, with this, and I'll just call this the manipulated data because it's not the actual underlying data. It's data that's been manipulated. He claims that the introduction of the switch led to a substitution between iOS and the switch. So we've already seen the regression results, which are, I think, really the right way to examine this. But I'm following now Professor Hitt's methodology just to look at a high level at his graph.
And Professor Hitt explained to the court today why it's crucial in econometrics to index everything to 100% here to get a correct comparison. Do you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't describe this as an econometric analysis. This is really a fairly rudimentary review of the numbers. Econometrics refers to analyses where you have standard errors, where you do regressions, that type of thing. And that's not what this is.
And speaking to the indexing itself, what's wrong with indexing everything to 100 here?
Well, indexing is similar to looking at growth rates. You take all the data and make it equal in March of 2018, and then you express all the future data in relationship to that March 2018 starting point. And so, to the extent that March 2018 as a starting point is substantially different, this can lead to a real misinterpretation of the data.
And did you take Professor Hitt's data for this analysis and represent it in a different way?
That's right. I simply take like I did before, I started with what did the actual consumption data look like? And so that's what I did. It's kind of a first step to look at his analysis.
And when you say actual consumption, what is the matrix for consumption here?
Well, this is spending on iOS.
Okay, so this is dollar value?
Dollar value.
Okay, so let's take a look at the next slide, slide 13. And what are the two charts that we see here?
Well, on the left is simply a reproduction of Professor Hitt's analysis, whereas the green line corresponds to iOS users that accessed Fortnite in June 2018, but excluding the Switch users. And then the blue line is below it is the set of people who accessed Fortnite on both iOS and Switch.
And I see that the blue line is at the bottom on Professor Hitt's slide, but at the top on your slide. Why is that?
Well, the reason for that is this indexing issue. So the people that access Fortnite on both iOS and Switch spent more on the game in March 2018, and that pattern holds true all the way through the period. So by the time that they start playing on the Switch in June of 2018, they're spending more than twice as much as the group that didn't start playing on the Switch.
And why did you put these two red circles around the beginning in March 2018?
Because it shows that the starting point is substantially different. So for the group that doesn't play on the Switch in March 2018, they were spending, on the order of between 25 cents and 50 cents, whereas the other group, the group that by June, were playing on the Switch, they were spending on the order of 3 times as much. So that's in this type of indexing exercise, that starting point is a substantial difference.
In both of these analyses we just looked at, have you used any data other than Professor Hick's data?
No.
Did you also take a look at what actually happened in terms of spend on iOS in June of 18?
Well, we can see that in this graph. So for the group that didn't buy a Switch, their spending increased from about $1.75 to $2.25, so a 50-cent increase. Whereas those who started playing on the Switch saw an increase that was over $1. So a substantial difference in spending between the two groups, and the Switch group spent even more than the non-Switch playing group.
Okay. So let's take a look at the next slide. That's slide 14. And what are you showing here?
Well, here I'm, again, looking at the total spending for this population of iOS users in June of 2018. What did they spend earlier in the year, and then what did they spend later in the year? And so this is those people who started playing on the Switch in June, and we're looking at, well, what did they spend in the other months, immediately before and after this event?
Okay. And what are the two rectangles that are have sort of the yellow highlighting around it?
Well, that teal again is iOS users. So this is the spending by people who make Fortnite purchases on iOS. And you can see that there's an increase from June to July.
And what happened with Switch? Where do you see the switches doing that?
Well, the Switch is the the fire engine red at the top, and in June they're spending about $1 million on Fortnite purchases, and this group then increases their purchases on Fortnite as we go in July.
Okay. So let's switch gears again and turn to a different point from Professor Hicks, and specifically I want to turn to slide 15. And this is reflecting Apple's opening slide 47 and Hicks figure 55. And this says that the App Store's effective commission has decreased to 8.1%. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And do you have an understanding as to how Professor Hicks calculated his effective gains commission rate matrix?
Yes.
And how did he go about doing that?
He averages together the commission on app downloads as well as IAP transactions, and then he averages that in with those transactions where there's no commission rate charged, either undefined number. He blends all of that together to generate the 8.1%.
And what is the commission rate that he assigned or ascribed to free downloads?
0.
And is that, in your view, a correct way of doing an average on a commission?
No. And there's, I think, a reason for that, which is ordinarily economists think of the following check, which is you should be able to multiply the revenue base times the average commission rate to get Apple's take. I mean, that would be, from an economist's perspective, the self-evident test. You cannot do that with this effective commission rate. You can't go from the App Store total revenue, multiply it by this 8.1% to get Apple's return. It just doesn't compute.
Okay. So setting aside that particular error, does the 8.1% in and of itself show the commissions have decreased?
No, you need a change over time to make that statement.
And did you do a time series analysis to determine how Professor Hitt's commission rates changed over time?
I did.
And what methodology did you use to check for that?
I replicated what Professor Hitt did, so independent of my critique of that, I simply took his method and applied it to the data over time to see what would happen, whether the statement at the top is actually consistent with the 8.1%. It could easily have been the case that earlier on the effective commission rate could have been lower, and so the statement would be correct even though the data wasn't presented.
Okay. So if you turn in your binder, because we have another slide that's subject to feeling, but if you turn in your binder to slide 16, and does that reflect the calculation that you did using Professor Hitt's methodology?
Yes, it does.
Over time. So what are you showing the court here in this slide?
Here, I'm simply replicating Professor Hitt's calculation for not only 2018, where you can see the 8.1% on the graph, but I've done that calculation for the other years from 2008 through 2019.
So, setting aside your disagreement with Professor Hitt's calculation, what does this chart show you about Apple's claim that the commission rate has declined?
It's not right. Professor Hitt's calculation, his approach actually shows that the effective commission rate increases over time.
Okay. So now let's go to the next slide again in your binder. This is slide 17. And what is it that you're showing here under the heading average quarterly commissions for IAP have increased?
So here I'm looking at actual transaction cost on a dollar basis. So on a transaction by transaction basis in IAP, and then calculating what the average transaction cost was for each year.
That essentially asks how much money Apple gets to keep of every paid transaction?
Exactly.
And what are you showing here?
So here I'm showing that the transaction cost increases over time for IAP.
Right. Okay. And you heard testimony today from Professor Hitt that he showed analysis that are very similar to this one, correct?
Yes.
So he agrees with you that Apple's take per transaction, per IAP transaction, increased over time in terms of dollars, correct?
Yes, and that's also true for the initial download as well.
Okay, and he said that that's great because that shows that that developers deliver value, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's certainly great for Apple, correct? So with that, Dr. Craig, I'd like to turn to the next slide.
By the same token, they provide that service for a game developer who chooses not to charge anything for free, right?
That's right.
So it's a business model decision.
It is.
Well, just so we're clear about this, the slide that you've shown does not look at original downloads, correct?
That's correct.
This looks at in-app purchases happening after the initial download.
Exactly. So for the game developers, where this is the predominant form of transaction where they receive revenues through in-app purchases, there are no zero transactions in this graph.
Well, there are, yes. So what about the instance where, well, I guess not. I mean, because in Fortnite you can have purchases if your wallet is full, and Apple gets nothing. How did you account for those, if at all?
Again, this is all of Apple's data, so it's not just the Fortnite data. Of the overall,
But that circumstance is not reflected in this chart.
No, that's right. That's exactly. So if you were in the Fortnite game, playing, accessing it through iOS, and you had V-Bucks that you had bought somewhere else, so you're transacting within the Fortnite system, you would not be doing a transaction through Apple at that stage.
Super.
Thank you, Ron. So, Dr. Craig, turning to the last slide, you say Apple's market power is indisputable. What leads you to believe that?
Well, there are really two things that, in my analysis, that I've identified. So, one, in a variety of different ways, you see increasing prices from Apple, which is a direct measure of market power. As well, I measured high and sustained margins by the App Store. And then there's this absence of competitive pressure from other app stores because of the lack of substitution of transactions across platforms. All of that together is to me, a strong evidence of there being monopoly power.
Okay. So, a couple of last questions. In his written testimony, Professor Heath testified that developers can use websites for pay transactions with consumers, even for in-game content that is used in an iOS app. Do you agree with Professor Heath that that's a reasonable substitute?
No.
And have you seen any data going to that?
Yes.
I'll object to this, Your Honor. This goes to one of the issues about whether or not evidence is actually in the record. And I have every reason to believe that this is aiming toward a document that Spotify submitted to the Japan Fair Trade Commission that was not disclosed in Dr. Craig's initial report, his rebuttal report, which has been included in his written direct, which we object to, both as undisclosed but also as a hearsay document, which we've had no opportunity to take discovery. It should not be relied upon, certainly not brought into evidence.
Okay. What paragraph are we dealing with the direct?
This is, I believe, paragraph 71, Your Honor, in the direct, that I'm working off of memory. Yes, 71 on page.
That's the one.
And I believe Apple has moved against other parts, and including parts relating to qualify. I was actually going to ask to do this portion in the session since we can't really discuss the document itself.
Okay, let's go ahead and I'll reserve on that one, and we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later, but not right this second. Are you done? That was the last topic.
That's the last topic that I need to close session. That's it. Yes. All right.
Are you otherwise finished with your?
I'm otherwise finished.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Swanson, and make sure to identify yourself for the record.
My welder's mask. Dr. Craig, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Swanson.
So, Dr. Craig, you have held no academic position since 1998, right?
That's right.
And you've never held a tenured position at a university, correct?
That's right.
You're a consultant, right?
That's what I've been doing for the last 25 years. I do some publications, some research, but the bulk of my professional life is serving clients.
And you state in the CV you attached to your expert report that you've been qualified in federal court as an expert in antitrust, correct? And could you identify the federal court where you were qualified as an expert in antitrust by a federal judge?
It was in an administrative court.
Was that a administrative law judge before the Drug Enforcement Agency?
I think that's the right. I don't remember the exact venue, but it was in a matter that involved opiates, and so.
For registration by your client for importing raw opium, is that correct?
That's right.
It's not an antitrust case, is it?
Issues of antitrust were at the some of the core principles that were at issue.
That was not an antitrust case, was it, Dr. Craig?
Oh, I see what you mean. It wasn't a Sherman Act violation case about that.
It was a case involving the Drug Enforcement Agency and opium importation, correct?
Yes, and the competitive relationships in that market.
And that's the basis on which you represented in the report in this case that you were qualified in federal court as an expert in antitrust, correct?
Yes. I was using the phrase there as economists do to indicate the analysis of competitive conditions.
You've never assisted the DOJ in antitrust, have you?
I don't think I have.
Have you looked at the resume that is available on the Battle Group website? You put it in front of your deposition.
I remember you putting a resume in front of me.
You remember the resume states that you have assisted corporations, the FTC, and the U.S. Department of Justice in antitrust and IP matters. You recall that, don't you? That's not true, is it?
It is true.
I just asked you in what matters have you assisted the U.S. Department of Justice that are antitrust matters.
Oh, I see. Yeah. With respect to the DOJ, I don't think I've worked on a matter on behalf of the Justice Department.
So that's not true.
Yes, if that's the end should not be there, I guess.
And you were aware of that since the time I took your deposition, correct?
Yes.
And you left it on your website, correct?
I don't manage my resume on the website.
Aren't you the former chairman of the Battle Group?
Yes.
Did you not ask someone to remove it?
I didn't. I haven't updated my resume since I should say, our marketing department is the one that updates their resumes.
And I take it if you ask them to clarify and fix that, they would say yes, right?
Yes, I would assume they would.
So you'll do that today?
Yes.
Dr. Craig, you served as an expert in economics in a recent matter before the United States Tax Court, correct?
Yes.
One of your principal areas of expertise is valuation, correct?
Yes.
And in that matter, you were engaged on behalf of the Coca-Cola Company?
That's right.
And last November, the U.S. Tax Court issued a decision in the case where you were elect?
That's right.
Do you recall that the court rejected your economic opinions?
I don't recall them not rejecting them. The court had to, there was substantially different perspectives of the two parties. So the court had to choose between one set of analyses versus another set of analyses, and didn't adopt the approach that I was using.
So you don't recall the court stating, we perceive many deficiencies in Dr. Craig's analysis?
I do remember that.
Okay. And do you recall that the court found your economic opinions to be wholly unreliable?
I don't think that's how they described my opinions, but rather a part of the analysis. And as we had talked about in our in the deposition, given the choice that the court had to make in terms of how it was going to interpret Coca-Cola's contracts, this would have to be a conclusion that it would draw about economic analysis.
And you don't recall do you recall the U.S. Tax Court finding that your methodology led to absurd results?
Yeah, I do recall that, and that was referring to one of the specific calculations that related to one country out of all of the countries that I had looked at.
Now, Dr. Craig, you were retained by EPIC as a rebuttal expert in November or December last year, right?
I think that's the right time period.
Okay. And you indicated earlier in response to Mr. Evans' question that you followed the expert testimony in this case?
Yes.
So have you been listening to any other testimony in the case or reading it?
I have, yes.
You read, what have you been doing? Listening?
I read the transcripts from the first 5 days. And then from there on, I listened.
Okay. Now, part of the expertise that you indicate you bring to this case comes from your study of platform economics, including the American Express decision, correct?
Yes.
You agree, don't you, that the Supreme Court set forth a reasonable definition of a transaction platform in American Express, right?
Yes. The way that they characterize what the transaction, the relevant transaction in the American Express case, and how you build out examining that marketplace, I thought was reasonable.
You agree with Dr. Evans that the App Store is a two-sided transaction platform, right?
Yes.
But you don't consider the iOS operating system to be a distinct two-sided transaction platform, correct?
There, where I see the distinction coming in is that there's clearly transactions in the American Express store happening in the App Store. On iOS, that's currently not the environment.
Well, you agree that not all transactions provided by a transaction platform necessarily belong in the same product market, right?
Could you say that again, please?
You agree that not all transactions provided by a transaction platform necessarily belong in the same product market, right?
Yes.
Depends on the platform and the types of transaction at issue, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's hard to make a sweeping statement about platforms because they're of all different types. And
now, you agree that the central economic question in defining a market is one of substitutability, correct?
Yes.
Substitution is a matter of degree, right?
It is.
Products in the same market don't need to be perfect substitutes, do they?
No, they have to impose price discipline on the other products in the marketplace.
You would agree that products in the relevant market must be reasonably interchangeable?
It depends on in a transaction market. There's a degree of the product is a transaction, and from the store's perspective, they have to be reasonably interchangeable.
Well, when there is a two-sided transaction platform market, you need to look at substitution by both sides of the market, right?
Not always.
Well, is it necessary to take account of indirect network effects in a two-sided transaction platform market?
Yes, if those network effects exist, taking account of those, considering those is important.
Do you agree that with respect to transaction platforms, that network effects are pronounced?
As I say, not always.
And that's an opinion that you and your consulting team sponsored in the Sabre case, right?
The expert I supported took that perspective. And just to, I think there's a point here that's important, which is it depends on whether the indirect network effects at the margin are important. So early on in the life cycle of a platform, indirect network effects are important. Later on, once those have been exhausted, it no longer is an issue that is relevant.
And that's a market maturity theory of network effects, is it not?
No, that's exactly following the literature where they look, the pricing depends on the marginal indirect network effect.
Well,
so if that network effect has died off, then it no longer, the theory is that it no longer is a important part of the pricing of the platform.
And the consulting team that you met in the Sabre case sponsored expert testimony by Professor Stigwitz that the network effects had died off in that particular market, correct?
That's right, that at the margin, this indirect network effect, the feedback between the two sides, was no longer important in the sense that you had all the airlines, and so an additional airline was not going to have an impact on how travel agents considered the platform, and vice versa.
And your client was in that case?
U.S. Airways.
And U.S. Airways prevailed at trial on that theory?
They did.
And do you recall that Professor Smallensy and Dr. Evans submitted an amicus brief urging reversal of that result?
I do.
And do you recall the Second Circuit reversed?
They did, but not for the reasons that Professors Evans and Smallensy were proposing.
We'll leave that to lawyers to figure out. You believe all ILS DMAP transactions are identical substitutes with one another, correct?
Yes, from the perspective of the Apple App Store, the rules apply to all of transactions, and there are different rules for some transactions, but it's the same set of rules that apply to all the transactions.
Well, we've heard that a number of times. It's not correct that the same set of rule all transactions, is it?